kuwashiadio egumu watu wenu mo amandianeze kuwashiadio egumu watu wenu mo amandianeze onye anomo anewe mmekọ donya kpachalanyao Kanotumu wasiadinanya borozi kafasi adinime.
I am born
Imanomu wagamasi manenu aro.
And I'm going to help Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to get Biafra. Believe me. Go and mark to the States.
I see Mommy Nkechi, a rapper don't tell she the kneel for grave where my youth day, Papa Emeka. Don't blind from growing, Peking don't fall, now watch up, I'm raw. This self they shake my hand, no feel. Yesterday we laughed, today now dust we know. If we don't stop this night where we they share, tell me who go sing for the ones we know, babe.
She need the voice from under the soil. Brother, no let my blood turn to oil. Little Ada they ask where my papa go. Her small hand they shake, she knows I be this woe. I beg my people see this fire we burn. Now our house they blaze, now our future they turn. We go tell their ghosts we no go fail you. If we hold this love, their death go burn you.
No, make we try yo. Back up in the day.
I beg my people see this fire we burn. Now our house they blaze, now our future they turn. We go tell their ghosts, we no go fail you. If we hold this love, their death go burn you.
Oh, make we try, oh.
Back up joins with a trembling, oh. Hey. If we no join now, our children go so.
I agitate for Biafra. I agitate for Biafra. My right to agitate. My right. They done this from peaceable now to terrorism.
Sanguinis que pretio.
Breaking news reaching us now. The leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, has been arrested, extradited to Nigeria, and is right now being arraigned at the Federal High Court in Abuja. Kanu is facing charges bordering on treasonable felony instituted against him at the Federal High Court.
It was an unjust war.
Long ago, in the heart of Biafra, a nation was born from the ashes of war. A war that scarred the land and its people, yet it never killed the spirit of freedom.
The war aim of Biafra is purely to prevent ourselves being slaughtered, nothing more.
It was in this land, scarred by conflict, that Nnamdi Kanu was born, a son destined to revive the dream of independence for Biafra.
And if anybody is going to judge our success and failure in this war, it will have to depend on how much we have prevented the enemy from killing us.
Raised with the echoes of his ancestors' struggles, Kanu understood that the wounds of war ran deep in the hearts of his people. The scars from the Biafran War, which ravaged the land and cost countless lives, had never healed. The dream of an independent Biafra, broken but not forgotten, lived on in the hearts of those who survived. It was these voices, these memories, that called him to action. As Nnamdi Kanu grew, so did his voice. He became a preacher of justice, a messenger for those who were unheard. He spoke not just for his generation, but for all those whose lives were shattered by the war. The pain of the past was alive within him, and his words resonated with the cries of the oppressed. But as Kanu's message spread, so did the fear of the establishment. His calls for self-determination grew louder, shaking the very foundations of the government. They feared the revival of a Biafran spirit, one that could awaken the wounds of the past and ignite a new conflict. And so, they moved against him. Nnamdi Kanu was arrested, his body captured, but his spirit unbroken. The authorities believed that imprisoning him would extinguish the fire he had started. But they failed to understand the depths of his cause. The pain of the war, the bloodshed of the past, was not something easily forgotten. It was a flame that could never be fully extinguished. His arrest became a symbol of the struggle that began in the blood-soaked fields of the Biafran War. The demand for freedom was still alive. The fight for justice continued, not just for Nnamdi Kanu, but for all the lives lost, for all the children born into a world of scars. The fight for Biafra is not just his fight. It is the fight of all those who have ever dreamed of a free land. And though the past may haunt the present, the future is still unwritten. As long as the story of Nnamdi Kanu is told, as long as the voices of his people rise, the dream of Biafra lives on. Arrested again, 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 and yet again.
I agitate for Biafra. I agitate for Biafra, my right to agitate, my right. They turned it from treasonable felony now to terrorism.
This is Nnamdi Kanu speaking. Biafra land, listen. They thought they could silence me, but they didn't just cage me. They caged your spirit. They made you forget that our land still bleeds, that our people still suffer, that nothing has changed. 5 years in chains. But what about you? Are you not free? Or have they bound your voice with fear? The struggle was never about me, it was about you, your children, your land, your future. So I ask you, where is the fire that once burned in your heart? Where is the voice that once roared for freedom? Wake up! Rise again. Speak. Act. Remember who you are. This is Nnamdi Kanu.
This is my wicked word. This is my confusion word. Listen to Palibran. I'm really telling you a story about one lady girl. Pali they go to work. Pali they work for bank. Then I enter for motor. Driver they go. Opposite Udi, but the right hand the side, along the Sukudu Road. I see people run. I see people run. Then I ask the driver waiting they happen. Driver waiting they happen. Driver tell the body boy, see no day for talk. See nothing for talk. It's better you take your eye and see. Then I call the driver. Driver waiting. Driver waiting. This is my wicked word. This is my confusion word. Listen to Palibran. I'm really telling you a story about one lady girl. Pali they go to work. Pali they work for bank. Then I enter for motor. Driver they go. Opposite Udi, but the right hand the side, along the Sukudu Road. I see people run. I see people run. Then I ask the driver waiting they happen. Driver waiting they happen.
Our Father who art in heaven, Nnamdi Kanu, that your name may be hallowed by men, that we may bow at the mention of it, that we may offer every glory unto thee, that we may offer you every adoration and adulation. To pray in the language of heaven, the very oldest language on the face of this very earth. Chineke na onye ndị nsọ na-efe wee na-akpụ isi ala nye onye anyị na-agọzi aha nsọ ya mgbe niile, onye anyị na-aja mma wee na-eto anyị enweghị iche ọzọ ewezuga gị. Anyị anaghị efe arụsị, ọ bụ naanị gị bụ onye kere ihe niile kere eke mana onweghị onye kere ya. Ọ bụ ya mere ndị Igbo ji wee na-etu gị ebighị ebi. Ndị nsọ na-agba ochie eze gị okirikiri ha na-akpụ isi ala nye gị, ọbụla dị ndị okenye oru 2 na 4 bụ ndị na-atụ mkpọ ọla edo na ana ha niile si na-ede nsọ Chineke nna nke igwe. N'ụtụtụ a, ehihie, abalị, n'ụwa niile bụ ebe ụmụ gị gbasasịrị ka ụkpaka nna nke ebere dị ngọzi ka anyị na-akpọkọta ha eze ebube onye ime eluigwe wee na-arịọ gị ma mma gị na ebere gị amara gị na ọmịiko gị ebe ndị gị nọ. Anyị wee na-arịọ ka iru gị wee chaa n'ebe anyị nọ. Anyị wee na-arịọ gị eze ebube dị ngọzi ka igwe tinye ọgbaghara n'etiti ndị iro, ka ha rabụ ndị kụziri ka ha wee megide anyị onye nwe m na Chineke nna dị nsọ, ka aka nsị ndị dị etu a wee baa ha ọnụ, ije obodo ekwensu bụ zuu wee laa ya n'iyi. Anyị wee na-arịọ gị onye na-adịgide ma ruo mgbe ebighị ebi, biko nụ ka iwe mee ka Biafra wee bịa ọsọ ọsọ nna nke ebere na ụmụ gị atakwala n'ahụhụ. Anyị wee na-arịọ gị iwe na anyị ezi echiche na amamihe, mmekọrịta nwanne na nwanne ịdị n'otu ọganiru, ịhụnanya nke pụrụ iche onye nwe m na Chineke nna, ka iwe tinye ụmụ gị ezi mmụọ nke eziokwu ma wezuga anyị aka ajọ ihe n'ime ndụ anyị nna nke ebere dị ngọzi. Ka ọ ga-abụ ikpeta mazị na Biafra ga-abịa, anyị ga-aja gị mma wee too gị wee gọzie aha nsọ gị, kpee isi ala nye gị, bulie aha nsọ gị elu site n'ebighị ebi mara n'ebighị ebi ka a na-arịọ gị ise ise ise. This very morning, all of you, I believe that those who are watching know who we are and why we do what we do. My name is Nnamdi Kanu. I am the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra all over this very planet Earth, the director of Radio Biafra and Biafra Television, and by the very special grace of the Most High Elohim, a servant of the wonderful people of Biafra. We are live and we are direct this very morning, afternoon, or night, depending on where you are. And we start this very day by making it abundantly clear that the greatest enemy of a black man is the way that we reason. If not that the way we reason is very, very abhorrent, there is no need or reason why we should be suffering and complaining every blessed day without the courage to do something about it. When my lawyers came to see me, I had a discussion with them about how I'm going to defend myself. I told them that no court in Nigeria has jurisdiction to try me. Because since this offense was committed in England, so they said, it's only a UK court that can give a Nigerian court the authority to proceed, isn't it? Based on that, they now amended the charge again. I removed London. Location of the broadcast. Contrary to section 196, 174 of the Terrorism Prevention Act 2022. In violation of their own laws. In violation of their own laws. And you want me to stand trial under such circumstances? Is that possible? Nnamdi Kanu to stand trial where these shenanigans are going on? It's not possible. Anybody standing in trial or coming to try me is a terrorist. That's what they are not me. As simple as that. Section 2, subsection 3F of Terrorism Prevention and Prohibition Act. That's what it says. Any court considered to try me is committed an act of terrorism. Yes. Very clear. You cannot violate a treaty that Nigeria entered into and then come to try that very person. It's not done anywhere in the world. So you must be aware of that. So that is why there is all these ridiculous delays. That is what the Supreme Court said. I did not jump bail. My home was invaded. They came to kill me and I survived. They came to Kenya to kidnap me, brought me back to this country and seeking to try me, which the law says cannot happen. You cannot violate a treaty that they entered into and then hope to stand on that illegality. To conduct a trial is not done anywhere. And you wonder why God trusted me. what justice means. You have no idea what justice means. You don't know what justice means. Useless. You cannot find anybody unless the law is written. Show me the law. Show me the law. I want to talk to this. Show me the law. Don't try that. Don't try that. Don't try it. Don't try it. Don't try rubbish. Don't try rubbish. Useless people. You don't know law. You don't know law. Your own constitution you don't respect. Supreme Court's judgment you don't respect. That's why we reflect. Why we not going to fly? Defended at all cost. At all cost. It is the land of God, given to his children for their eternal habitation. We may have failed in the past to recognize this very fact, but now that this generation has come, there is nothing anybody can do to stop us from restoring the kingdom of God upon the face of this very earth in the land of Biafra, without apologies to anybody. The Fulani approach to the zoo called Nigeria is called the devil's alternative. Fulani, they have this two-pronged approach to the issue of one Nigeria. If they collapse you through banditry, they will overrun you because they believe they have superior weaponry. Right now, and all of them are in this game together. That's number one. If you sue for peace, which idiots like Omahi are doing, if you sue for peace, they will also get what they're looking for because they will plant Ruga in every local government area. The devil's alternative, whichever option you choose, men are going to die. Men will die. It doesn't matter the option you choose. If you wait for them to do things peacefully, which they will never do, they are going to kill you anyway because they'll be Ruga. And you allow them to forcibly take over your land, you are taken over, they will take it by force. And Fulani will plant their people in your local government areas. That in the next 100 years, you'll be hearing about Olo Emirate. And then we'll be like Hausa people. Our great-grandchildren will now ask their parents, what happened? They will tell, oh no, there was somebody called Hope Uzodinma. He was playing politics. He loved Nigeria. There was one called Omahi. He loves Fulani. He used to be our brother. But then we are gone. As a race, we are finished. And I said to these fools, Fulani Caliphate is dealing with you people, but you don't know it. They are like the vulture. Nigeria is pregnant. If Nigeria dies during the pregnancy, they benefit. Nigeria gives birth to their Ruga, which they want, a new Nigeria which they want, is also to their benefit. The only people aiding and abetting them are these quislings, the fulefus from the east, intellectuals, and sophisticated morons from the west. Ojukwu negotiated restructuring. What happened? They came back and they said no. Ojukwu said, okay, so you want to continue to kill my people all over the place? No. Because of that, I'll declare Biafra. Today, they have brainwashed all of you with the perverse notion and thinking that somehow Ojukwu is responsible for causing a war, when opposite is the case. That Gowon was the aggressor, not Ojukwu. That's how Nigeria is. Always blaming the victim. And we lost over 5 million people during that very genocidal war. They killed over 5 million Biafrans. They wanted to wipe us away from the face of this very earth. But we survived it. And we are here today. Those they gave birth to, they have come. And this time with a wrath that you cannot even begin to imagine. And
what we are pursuing is a part of pressure, relentless pressure, to ensure that Biafra comes. How are we going to employ that pressure? There are only two ways to get your freedom in the history of the whole world. Freedom can be gotten only two ways. One is through the ballot box. In other words, people will contest and they will have Biafra Nationalist Party. Yes, as they have in Scotland. and then we vote for them. When they then go to the house or maybe go to Abuja, they will say, we are here under the mandate of Biafra Nationalist Party. Because of that, we want to go and conduct a referendum in order for us to be free. The other way, you fight. Either you go through the ballot box or you fight. Which option are we choosing? We have chosen to fight.
Simon Ekpa immediately. Our Prime Minister, Mazi Simon Ekpa Joko, has not committed any offense. Therefore, we demand for his immediate release. Free Mazi Simon Ekpa and free him now. No hand must stop Mazi Simon Ekpa from exercising his duty as a free man. Free Mazi Simon Ekpa.
For those of you who do not understand what we are doing, we are fighting for our freedom. And I believe that everyone in this life and in this world, wherever where you are, the country where you reside in, have a history. Now, I want every one of us here today and those who will listen to this particular speech to note one very important fact. Nigeria state came into being through conquest. This is a fact that nobody can change. Nigeria came into existence through conquest. And the forceful imposition of foreign rule, which denied the indigenous people in Niger area the opportunity to negotiate and choose what they wanted. That is the problem. We have lived with this foreign rule and this forceful union for decades, over 100 years. That is the problem. Now, I want everyone listening to me today to also understand that after this forceful union of Nigeria, called the amalgamation, successive regime, both before and after the shambolic independence, continue to hold the state together in a similarly forceful manner, the same pattern and the methodology that the conquest and invasion and the colonizers came in with. They're taught by the forceful and the barrels of the gun, they will continue to kill people for the unity of Nigeria. That also is the problem today. So, this impression that they are creating, that the country must remain as crafted from the amalgamation by the colonialists, and that this country called Nigeria unity is non-negotiable. That is also the problem.
Welcome, 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 welcome. Thank you for joining us on this day's program. I appreciate everyone that has connected to us wherever you are connecting from. If you are joining us from Biafra land, you're welcome. You are joining from Nigeria, you're welcome. You're joining from any part of Africa, you are welcome. You are joining from Asia, from Europe, from America, from Australia, from Canada, from New Zealand. You are joining us from China, from Russia. You're joining us from Ukraine. You're joining us from Palestine. You're joining us from Israel. Wherever you are joining us from, I welcome you and I appreciate you for being part of this morning program. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Accept my greetings according to your time zone. For the sake of those who are joining us on this program for the very first time, I want you to know that in this platform, we do not come here to instigate violence. We do not come to this platform to preach hate. We don't come to this platform to attack people or individuals. We do not come here for propaganda or blackmails. We do not come here to promote persons. All we do in this platform is to present Biafra before the whole world as the only remedy to the failed state Nigeria. It is a very critical time, a time that the world is paying attention to find a solution to the failed state Nigeria. And we, the Biafrans, are presenting that solution. Once again, as we have always done, Mazi and Nnamdi Kanu have been doing for many years, we will continue to present Biafra as the only remedy to the failed state Nigeria. Just as Mazi and Nnamdi Kanu did, our Prime Minister, Mazi Simon Ekpa, did the same. And today, we are doing exactly what they did, presenting Biafra before the whole world as the only remedy, only genuine remedy, a lasting remedy, forever remedy for the failed state Nigeria. Do not misunderstand us. When we call Biafra the remedy, it doesn't mean that it's just about Biafra. But the recognition of Biafra is going to activate the freedom of every single individual in that contraption called Nigeria. Every people that are trapped in that contraption, every region that is trapped, every tribe, every religion that is being trapped, they will have their freedom. The recognition of Biafra will trigger freedom to the Arewa people, freedom to the Yoruba people, freedom to the Biafran people, and freedom to the Middle Belt. That is why it is very essential that the world pay attention to this time and recognize Biafra. We make this call sincerely and genuinely from the bottom of our heart, peacefully. And we have always been making this call peacefully. That was why Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's mantra was always a referendum. Grant us a referendum and let the people decide what they want. Mazi Simon Ekpa built on the same mantra, referendum. He went ahead to conduct a self-referendum to show the world that Biafrans are prepared and ready to go. In that self-referendum, we had more than 50 million people who voted in favor of Biafra. More than 50 million, almost 60 million, who voted in favor of Biafra. And we know Biafrans are about 80 million. So for you to upturn whatever happens, you must have to get more than 60 million. What is expected of Nigeria is, if they do not, Nigeria and the world, if they do not accept our self-referendum, they should go ahead and conduct their own referendum, and let's compare. It is not enough to make noise, to talk and shout. It is not enough to say you want to stop the insecurity. It is not enough to try to stop the terrorists. But it is enough. It is much, much better and cheaper to find a lasting solution. It will cost less in finance. It will cost less in the loss of life. It will cost less in resources. That is why it is the only solution, only remedy to the failed state Nigeria. It doesn't matter what you feel, how you think about it. We will continue to present this solution for as long as we can, and believing that the world will pay attention. Remember, in this platform, this is a platform for public opinion. You are equally entitled to your opinion. And if you feel you have a superior argument while we speak, all you need to do is to send us a request, and we will bring you in to air your opinion wherever you are joining us from. Either you are joining us on TikTok, or you're joining us on Facebook, or you're joining us on YouTube. Wherever you are joining us, all you need to do is to send in your request and we will bring you on to speak on your superior argument. Make sure you have your facts handy. If you can present to us something that is much, much better than what we have, I bet you Biafrans will accept. I will be part of those who is going to promote it. But until then, we will continue to pursue our self-determination and the direction we're going, presenting Biafra as the only remedy to the failed state, Nigeria. The title of a failed state for Nigeria is not just a mere word said because we want to say so. It is a fact. All it will take you is inquiries, verification, investigation. Dig deep, and you will find every indices that make up a failed state in Nigeria. If you are one of the lazy ones who cannot find out, go and search the judgment of Canada against Nigerian leading political party, ruling parties. Canada is a first world country. For a high court in Canada, for a judge in Canada to stand up and call the ruling party of a country a terrorist organization, they have their facts. It is not a propaganda or blackmail, and they are not saying it to entice or to favor anybody or to make anybody happy. That is a fact. And that speaks volume. That equally shows that Nigeria is a terrorist country. If that is not enough, the designation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern today is also something you have to look at. Check the death rate in Nigeria, the insecurity in Nigeria, the lawlessness in Nigeria. Put together, you will come to conclusion that what we have in that contraption is a failed state. There is no other better way to describe it. It's a failed state. So when we come here, we are here providing facts and evidence, showing the world that Nigeria will never, ever, ever work. It does not matter how you try. We appreciate the fact that people are paying attention. We appreciate the fact that people are showing concern. We appreciate the fact, more especially the United States is weighing into the issue. But they have to go a step further for a lasting solution. The Christian genocide, that is the talk of the day, is a fact. You can't debate it. You don't even need somebody to tell you what happened. All you need to do is to look through the social media. You will see evidence that are overwhelming. But what do you see? In the midst of all that, what do you see Nigerian government doing? Nigerian government channel their energy in defending the terrorists themselves. They channel their energy in defending their fraud. They channel their energy in lobbying and abusing the rule of law. They channel their energy in arresting and persecuting the innocent, as we have always seen. And I bet you the solution remains the recognition of Biafra. Today we are going to speak on a topic which says Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Cpc Designation strike. Biafrans must not miss this moment. Your defining hour. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Cpc Designation strike. Biafrans must not miss this moment. Your defining hour. I have said it several times on this platform, and today we are making it as a topic. That the opportunity that we have today doesn't come always. The designation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern that have drawn the attention of the whole world to Nigeria is an opportunity for us to present our case before the world. In truth, is an opportunity for every one of us to add our voice and present our case before the whole world. This is not the time for blackmail. It is not the time for propaganda. It is not the time for fighting. It is not the time for saga. It is the time for us to focus on those things that matters. Provide as much evidence as you have. Push the case of Biafra to the doorstep of those who need to take action to do what they have to do. For a very long time, they have been silent on the atrocities of Nigerian government against its own citizens. The issue that the whole world is talking about today did not start yesterday. Yesterday, I played video evidence that shows that these things have been happening for the past 25 years. When we say for the past 25 years, we are speaking about the recent days that people can understand and be able to get through it. We are talking about a period where the eyewitnesses' accounts are there. People can be able to testify. There are video evidence and recorded evidence. But if we want to trace back of the origin of the genocide we are talking about, it started back as 1945. This genocide started far back as 1945. We also saw the pogrom before the Civil War. We saw the genocide during the Civil War. All this continued. But the record that is pronounced that people are now talking about, that you can be able to lay hand on, and at least we have facts, evidence, eyewitness account from 2000 till date. The bloodshed, shedding of the blood of the innocent in Nigeria, more especially Christians. It is not a propaganda, it's not a blackmail, it's not a lie, it's not a made-up story. They are facts, verifiable facts. And as Chukwu Okabemo may have it, in this platform, we have been able to play videos from eyewitness account of genocide against the Christians, against the Biafrans, against the indigenous people in that contraction called Nigeria. There has been. And in all these issues, the government kept silent. Nobody has been persecuted. Nobody has been arrested. Nobody has been detained. And in most cases, even when the informations are given to the government in advance about the attack, they will sit back and watch people die. We have seen eyewitness accounts where they said that the attackers even come with the military. The military escort them into the stage. And they take innocent life and nothing is done. So my fellow Biafrans, wherever you are watching this program from, it is a time for us to focus. My fellow Biafrans, lovers of freedom across the world, the indigenous people in that contraction called Nigeria that cares about humanity, this is not just another morning broadcast. It is a call to conscience. This is a call to conscience. At this very moment, the world watching Nigeria under a new and heavy designation, CPC, Country of Particular Concern, a global label for governments guilty of religious persecution, ethnic cleansing, and crime against humanity. But here is the truth. If Biafrans are not focused, this opportunity will vanish into the dust of history. If we, the Biafrans, are not focused at this moment, this opportunity will vanish into the dust of history. Distraction is destruction. Division is defeat, and unity is survival. It is time for us to put our differences aside and be focused. We are in a very historic moment. A very historic moment. The designation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern. Some of you will say this is not the first time. Yes. The first one was a prophecy, and the fulfillment is where we are today. In the first tenure of Donald Trump, we know that he designated Nigeria as a warning. But instead of them doing something to make change, things became worse. And even a government that sponsored them and supported the genocide came into the United States, the Democrats, and things get bad. And today, the fulfillment of the prophecy of Donald Trump in his first term, that's where we are. The Cpc designation by international authority, the US to be precise, led by the United States, and echoed by global human rights organization, means Nigeria has officially been identified as a state that violates fundamental human rights, persecutes people based on faith and ethnicity. This is very important at this point in time, that our supreme leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, is going to be appearing in court on the 20th. If you are a genuine Biafran freedom fighter, the only business you have now is to continue to call the attention of the international communities and expose the atrocities, genocide, inhuman treatment, abuse of Nigerian government against the indigenous people. Not just the Biafrans, not just the Christians. Every victim of the atrocities of Nigeria must be brought out for the world to see. It is a very defining moment. You see why we must not be distracted. The Cpc designation by international authorities, led by the United States and echoed by global human rights organizations, means Nigeria has officially been identified as a state that violates fundamental human rights and persecute people based on faith and ethnicity, just as you see the persecution of our supreme leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. So when I begin to talk about the link between this CPC and the opportunity it has for us to tap into to present our case, that is it. But it's unfortunate that some of us are getting distracted. Some of us are getting distracted. This is not a rumor. It's a global, legal, and diplomatic statement. It gives the international community the ground to take economic, political, and diplomatic action against Nigeria. Now you understand why sometimes I say that the case of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is no longer local. It is an international case. And you must not be distracted of anything that anybody is saying anywhere. We must focus on the global community to present matter to them in a way that they can be able to digest and understand peacefully. For the Biafran cause, this is the most powerful international window since the 1967 genocide. For those of us who are Biafrans, in case you are not paying attention, this moment is the most powerful international window since the 1967 genocide of the Biafran people. This is the most powerful international window. You see why we must tap into this window? Do you see why everyone that cares about Biafra, you want your freedom? You want Biafra. You want your freedom. You want Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to be free. You want Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to be free. This is an opportunity for every one of us to get busy in our various country, in our various county, in various organizations where we belong, in our little cages where we are. The question is, will we focus or will we fall? That is the question. A question that every single one of us in this platform today and those who are going to watch later should answer. The question is, will we focus or will we fall? It's a question that is seeking for an answer. There is a distraction. And that distraction is the weapon of our enemies. They have used it over and over and over again. Whenever there is a very good opportunity for us to air our opinion, they will bring that distraction. And so many of us are not paying attention. They have succeeded in that angle with that distraction. It has worked for them. Let's be honest. The Nigerian government doesn't fear protest. It fears focus. Did you hear me? The Nigerian government does not fear protest. It fears focus. And that is why if you look into their media is created in such a way that they will make people lose focus. Nigerian people are not focused, not a bit. Nigerian youth can never be focused. They have ended up now creating different content creators for them. There are so many content creators online distracting them from the actual thing. Content creators of Biafra extraction, of Yoruba extraction, of Fulani extraction, of Hausa extraction. These content creators are online distracting people from the real thing. Because what Nigeria fears most is focus. They know that when you are focused, when the people are focused, when the youths are focused, they can move mountains. It's unfortunate some of us cannot identify these content creators who the government put there to continue to distract you, to continue to deceive you, to continue to take your mind away from issues. Their media is doing that very well. Distraction. Now they have pursued us into social media and they have paid platforms on social media that they promote. Our program is not being promoted by anybody. They even go ahead to pay the social media network to continue to hold us down. They use different kind of means to attack our platforms to make sure that our voices are, and they promote those ones that is speaking for them. Those ones that are on their payroll to distract the people from the main agenda. But we say no. You see why I talked about focus? It is time for us to be focused. Because this is what Nigerian government fears most. This is what scared them most. Focus. They use propaganda, division, disinformation to break our unity. The greatest propagandist we have today is the government-sponsored media and content creators. They plant division among us, and so many of us lose focus on things that matters. Disinformation is the order of the day in their hand. Today they will tell you that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have denied IPOB. They will tell you that Mazi Simon never have denied Biafrans, that he claimed to be a content creator. The next minute they will tell you that Donald Trump want to invade Nigeria. Disinformation from their own conventional media in Nigeria. They will tell you that Donald Trump want to We want a regime change in Nigeria. Something that has nothing to do with what is at stake. Distraction, disinformation. This is the greatest weapon they are using against the people. And so many of us are not paying attention. One day it is tribal arguments. The next day it's international leadership fights. Then social media distraction. Every time we lose focus, our enemies gain. Every time we lose focus, our enemies gain. What I mentioned now, where these are the strategies they use. Sometimes they bring up tribal argument. Go to social media. It is Yoruba against Igbo, Hausa against Yoruba. It is personal attack on individuals. People get busy on talking about tribal issues. When we know that the system that is holding every one of us captive is not favoring anybody. The system that is holding us captive is not favoring anybody. But they will make you believe that a Yoruba man being the president favors the Yorubas. An Hausa man being a president favors an Hausa people. An Igbo man becoming a president will favor an Igbo people. A lie from the pit of hell. And some of us buy into this nonsense to satisfy the will of the oppressors. That system that puts money in their pockets, that system that makes them relevant, you promote it unknowingly, thinking that you're fighting your ordinary fellow human being on the street that is facing the same challenges. You remove your eye from focusing on the system that enslaved you, which is the system we, the Biafran people, are trying to bring down. The Biafran rejected the selling of the Biafran people as a commodity. But some people do not understand that. They look at it differently. Then social media distraction. You see many content creators, what they do. They distract you, bring one saga or the other, bring one talk or the other, and you forget what you are meant to do. And you focus on them. Begin to listen about issues that doesn't matter. Either a divorce issue of people who have been enjoying themselves for so many years, all of a sudden they decide not to be together again. They bring you to the social media and you forget the problem that is facing you. You engage in discussing divorce issue. You engage in relationship issue and forget about the main thing that is holding you captive. Every time we lose focus, our enemies gain ground. Biafra cannot be built on anger alone. Biafra cannot be built on anger alone. It must be built on strategy, on unity, and on discipline. That is the foundation led by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. That is the foundation that was put in place by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Ask yourself, are you still in that strategy? Each and every one of us should ask ourselves, are we still in that strategy that was put in place by our supreme leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? That Mazi Simon also came in and built on it. Even now there's in detention, he's still there asking us to strategize, build unity, and should be disciplined. The message is still coming. Ask yourself, are you strategizing? Are you building unity? Are you disciplined? This is why the enemy planned confusion among us. Because when a focused people rise with one voice, no power on earth can stop them. When a focused people rise in one voice, no force on earth can stop them. That is why the government of Nigeria doesn't want its citizens to focus. That is why they push the confusion towards us, the Biafran people. They pay people to cause confusion, cause chaos, right, left, and center, and some of us are not paying attention. Focus is strength. In case you do not know, focus has a great power. Biafrans must understand focus is not silence. Focus is not silence. It's precision. It is precision. Every activist, every broadcaster, every youth, every elder must align around one message. Did you hear me? Every activist, every broadcaster, every youth, every elder must align around one message. What is that message? Freedom through discipline. Remember what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said. The word of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Remember it. He said, when we are focused and consistent, the world will have no choice but to listen. This is what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said. One of his quotes. He said, when we are focused and consistent, the world will have no choice but to listen. Ask yourself, are you focused? Are you focused? Are you consistent? Or you have chicken away already? Or you have run away already? Because of pressure? Because of disagreement? You have already disappeared. Are you still focused? Now the world is listening. The Cpc designation is proof that truth is no longer hidden. The persecution of Christians, the massacre of Biafrans, the injustice of Nnamdi Kanu, continued detention, all are visible to the international eyes. Why wouldn't you be focused? Did you hear me well? The Cpc designation is a proof that the truth is no longer hidden. The persecution of Christians, the massacre of Biafrans, the injustice of Nnamdi Kanu, continued detention, all are visible to the international eyes. Very, very visible, and you can't hide it anymore. It is time for we, the Biafrans, to capitalize on the moment. It is high time for us to have a strategy and capitalize on the moment. The Biafran people, we must strategize. We must put up a strategy. And here is my suggestion. This is the hour of action, not confusion. We are in the hour of action, not confusion. These are few things I feel and I believe that Biafrans must do. You and I, every one of us, these are the few things I believe that we must do. We must stay united. Internal dispute only strengthens the oppressor. We must stay united. Internal dispute only strengthens the oppressor. Amplify the Cpc narratives. In all your platform, no matter how big or how small your platform is, amplify the Cpc narrative. Spread the truth that Nigeria has been recognized internationally as a violator of human rights. That international recognition of Nigeria as a country of particular concern, it shows that Nigeria is a violator of human rights. Amplify it. Amplify it in any way you find yourself, in any angle, in any corner. Amplify it. Reinforce discipline. Engage international media and right groups. Write, post, tag, and connect the dots for the world to see, just as we have been doing this platform. Try as much as possible, connect the dots between the genocide of Christians and the Biafran people. Connect them together. Let the world see how the two are related. In Nigeria, when you talk about Christians, you are talking about the Biafran people. Biafran people are almost 99% Christians. We have some Jewish among us. Even the Jewish among us, those Jewish among us, Jewish religion we have among us, they were Christians. They are also Christians. They were Christians even before they went into the Jewish religion. Judeo-Christian. As Mazi wrote on the letter he wrote to Donald Trump, they are Judeo-Christian, generally. So you can see, when we have 99% Christians, and the data that is Nigeria is presented is that in every state you go to in Nigeria, after the indigenous people, the highest population you get there is the Biafran people. In all the states in Nigeria, any state you go into Nigeria, after the indigenous people, the next population is Biafran. And there is no state in Nigeria where you will not see the high population of the Biafran people. So when you hear attack of Christians, in every state where there is a major attack of Christians, there must be a Biafran involved in it. There must be a life of a Biafran. The genocide against Christians started with the Biafran people, in case you do not know. The genocide against Christians started with Biafran people from the year 2000. The massacre of Christians in the north. When you hear about, before the appearance of Boko Haram and Co., this massacre had been going on in the north. Whenever something happens across the world, they attack the Christians in the north, who are majority Biafrans. They attack them. So what you are seeing today in the case of Boko Haram didn't start today. It started all the way from genocide against the Biafran people living in the northern part of Nigeria. There are many evidences, many eyewitness accounts, which I have placed some of their videos. These two things relate together. And our duty today is to continue to connect the dots for the world to understand that in Nigeria, we have a country where you put people that don't have the same value system. We do not have the same value system. And countries are built among people that have similar value system. The value system of the northern part of Nigeria and the south has nothing close. There is nothing close to it. The value system of people in the north and those in Biafra land, there is nothing in common. We don't have anything in common with them. Not in language, not in religion, not in way of life. These are people that tells you that education is a taboo. They don't want it, Western education. They don't want it. In 21st century, somebody is telling you that he doesn't want Western education. How can you live with such kind of an individual? How? Explain to me. In 21st century. In 21st century, somebody will come to the National Assembly and tell you that the life of a cow matters more than the life of a human being. And it will become a debate in the House Assembly that the life of a cow is much, much valued than the life of a human being. How do you, tell me, how can you be able to survive with people that have such mentality? And they are very proud to protect it and talk about it. They are always very proud to say it. Unapologetically, they say it and they defend it all the time. We must engage international media and rights groups. Write, post, tag, and connect the dot for the world to see. Reinforce discipline. The world respect movements that are strategic, not chaotic. Did you hear me? The world, the international bodies, they respect movements that are strategic, not chaotic. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was very, very strategic and timely. Mazi Simon Ekpa was very, very strategic. Every one of us should begin to ask ourselves a question. What are we doing? What are we doing? We must reinforce discipline. The world respects movements that are strategic, not chaotic. And we must continue to keep our demands clear. Always keep the demand clear. Our demand is free Mazi Nnamdi Kanu unconditionally. The politicians can continue to speak on their own time and do on their own tone. For those of us who are freedom fighters, those of us who are Biafran agitators, those of us who are asking for self-determination, men of conscience across the world, those who care about humanity, that are genuinely seeking for a stable society for humanity, we must continue to demand. Keep our demand very, very clear. Don't mix it up. Keep our demand very clear. Free Mazi Nnamdi Kanu unconditionally. That is our demand. Unconditional release. We must keep it clear. Secondly, conduct Biafra referendum. We have done our own self-referendum. You feel it's not acceptable? Conduct yours. If you don't have the resources to conduct, adopt our referendum. You were notified about a referendum. Notice was sent to you. You have heard about the result. We must continue to keep this demand very clear. Free Mazi Nnamdi Kanu unconditionally. Conduct Biafra referendum if you are not satisfied with us. Thirdly, end religious and ethnic persecution. End religious and ethnic persecution. We should keep our demand clear, very, very clear. These three major demands, keep it clear. Free Mazi Nnamdi Kanu unconditionally. Conduct Biafra referendum. End religious and ethnic persecution. That is our demand. In a clear terms. Don't mix it up. We must always maintain it clear. Spell it out for them to hear. The CPC tag must not just be a headline. It must become a weapon of liberation for those of us who are Biafrans. Don't just take the CPC tag as a headline. Use it as a headline on your speech, a headline on your content, a headline. No, no, no. It must be a weapon of liberation for us. A weapon of liberation for every one of us that are genuinely seeking for Biafra. That is what it's supposed to be. But today, find out what are people who say they are fighting for Biafra doing. So many of us are confused and distracted. So many of us are confused and distracted. We must keep our message straight to the international community. We must keep our message straight to the international community. To the international community, we say this. Nigeria's inclusion under CPC is not just a policy maker. No, it's not just a policy maker. It is an indictment of a system that has turned a blind eye to mass murder, abduction, and persecution for decades. This is a direct message to the international community because we know they are watching. That is why when you join us, don't just be there. Share the program, tag and share. I know they are fighting our platform. I know very well. You don't need to tell me. You don't need to tell me. I know that they are fighting this platform. I get the signals. They are fighting the platform to bring it down, to make sure that people don't hear our voice, but we must speak. I have made my vow that as long as I wake up every day, open my platform and I stay on, I am going to speak. As long as I have life, I will speak. You yourself have to play your own part. Join us on this radical evangelism. When you join this program, make sure you share it to at least one person. Give it a thumbs up to invite others to join. Don't just be there alone. When you are just watching and enjoying the program alone, you're not doing us any good. You're not doing yourself any good either. We must get people involved. We must get people involved. That is why each time you come on, share it, let the world hear us. So this message is to the international communities. Nigeria inclusion under CPC is not just a policy maker. It is an indictment of a system that has turned a blind eye to mass murder, abduction, and persecution for decades. If you mean what you say about human rights, then you must act. Not just labeling. If the international community means what they say about human rights, then they must act. Not just labeling. You don't just label and go to bed. You must act. The United States must act. They must act. The Biafran people are victims of same persecution you now acknowledge. The same persecution you are now, this genocide you are acknowledging, Biafrans are victims of it every day. Even as we speak, the genocide is still going on in Biafra land. Sponsored by the federal government, using the state governors and the security outfit they created, they continue to commit genocide in Biafra land. Even as we speak, it is still ongoing. So, as you are making your investigation, flash your light to Biafra land. Go and see things for yourself. Mass grave everywhere in Biafra land. Now that you are ready to investigate, please go to Biafra land and investigate. Just like our Supreme Nnamdi Kanu wrote in his letter to Donald Trump. Let that investigation extend to Biafra land. Go and see the atrocity the Nigerian government is sponsoring in Biafra land. The mass killing of the innocent ones, children, mothers, abduction, disappearance, imprisonment unnecessarily for no just cause. Go down and investigate. The Biafran people are victims of the same persecution you now acknowledge. We, the Biafran people, demand accountability. We demand justice. We demand recognition of our right to self-determination. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu request was for self-determination, and he was tagged a terrorist. Mazi Simon Ekpa was fighting for self-determination, and he was tagged terrorist. In a world where we say that human rights is respected, why would the same people who made a law, the same people that made a law and told us that self-determination is a right, not a privilege, it's a right, and yet they will still come back and arrest us for going for our right? Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has been in detention now for 5 years and still counting. Mazi Simon Ekpa, 1 year and still going. All because of the rights supported by international law, a right supported by African Peoples and Human Rights Law, a right supported by Nigerian law itself. But you see, because we are dealing with a lawless country, they are dragging every other country to become lawless like them, just like they took Finland. They have succeeded in dragging Finland in their lawlessness. And today, Finland is dining and whining with a terrorist country, sharing information together. And the world is silent. My fellow Biafrans, lovers of freedom across the world, I have a message for you. My brothers and my sisters who are watching, wherever you are watching from, we are at a crossroad. We are at a crossroad. The Cpc designation can either be the spark that ignites our freedom or the distraction that divides us. The Cpc designation can either be the spark that ignites our freedom or the distraction that divides us. The choice is ours. Choose for yourself what you want. The spark or the distraction. Which one are you going to choose? Look at yourself and ask yourself genuinely, what are you doing? Is the Cpc designation a spark that ignites our freedom to you or a distraction that divides us? Give me an answer. Write on the comment section. What do you think? The choice is ours. The choice is ours. Every Biafran, whether in the homeland or in the diaspora, must stay focused, stay united, and stay alert. Stay alert. Our ancestors died for this cause. Our leader in detention for this cause. Our leaders, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and our Prime Minister, Mazi Simon Ekpa, are in detention for this cause. Will we now fall to eternal destruction? Will we now fall to eternal destruction? I don't think so. No. We will rise. We will focus. We will speak with one voice, and the world will hear us. Biafra will live. I saw a very touching message that was put in place by Arnold on his Twitter handle, and I'm going to read that message. That message that Arnold wrote should be a wake-up call for us, for some of us who are not paying attention. It has to be a wake-up call. I am speaking to Biafrans because I am a Biafran. That is why I'm concerned about the Biafran people. In as much as the move that the United States is making is going to favor every ethnic group, everybody that cares about humanity, that wants freedom, whether you are Arewa, whether you are Middle Belt, whether you are Yoruba or the Biafrans, every single one of us will benefit from it. But unfortunately, there are some people, just as I said, who are being paid people who are being paid to push an agenda against themselves, and they are doing it very well. When I saw the tweet of Arnold, a very touching tweet that should be a wake-up call, I went to the comment section, and you see the kind of comments some people who claim to be Nigerians are. The kind of comments they were writing. And these are sponsored criminals by the government. And I'm going to read that tweet because that tweet speaks volume. From Mike Arnold. Every one of you know Mike Arnold. Mike Arnold, the man that the one they call Reno Mokri, went to bribe for his fact-finding mission. And eventually, when the fact came out, the man came and did his fact-finding and brought out the fact. And they began to fight him. You went and brought somebody for fact-finding. Then after the person have come, done his finding and brought out the fact, you became angry. Before you go to somebody to come and engage in fact-finding, you must have had a trust on that very person. You must have known that the person have credibility. That was why you call the person to come and make the fact-finding. And simply because the person refused to lie, to play ball into your hand, you now turn against him and it becomes a different ball game. You begin to blackmail, castigate, and call him names. I thank Chukwu Okikab. If it were the Biafran people that invited Mike Arnold to go and make that fact finding, they will say, oh, they paid him. They will say, we bribed him. If it were to be a Biafran that went for that mission, if it were to be a Biafran person, an Igbo person to be precise, if it were to be an Igbo person that went for that mission, they would say he bribed the man. But this was a government of Nigeria who went and contacted Mike Arnold for a fact-finding. And after his findings, they gave him a platform to speak on a press interview. And he told them to their face. First of all, he warned the media because we all know how corrupt the media is. And he warned the media. Please report what I have to say. Whatever I say, report it just exactly the way I say it. He warned them. And he started giving his facts. And after pushing his fact, every other thing where the table was turned, he confirmed that what was happening in Nigeria is genocide, nothing but genocide. And the government got mad. So I am telling you about Mike Arnold, that is somebody who you cannot bribe. For him to be able to stand against the bribery of Nigeria, it takes the grace of Chukwu Okikab. It takes the grace of Chukwu Okikab for you to say no to the bribery of Nigeria. Nigeria can bribe the entire country. Nigeria can bribe an entire country when it comes to bribery. Britain taught them very well. When it comes to corruption, Britain taught Nigeria very well to be fantastically corrupt. That is why their president called Nigeria fantastically corrupt country. They were the one that taught Nigeria to be fantastic in corruption. So for Mike Arnold to be able to say no to the corruption and bribery of Nigeria, he's a man of integrity. That is why anything he says, don't take it for a joke. Whatever Arnold said, you must take it serious. And that is why I am bringing this tweet of Arnold's, and I'm going to read it for you. I want every one of us to pay attention. Don't get distracted. Don't get emotional. Just pay attention to the information and make use of it. Remove emotions. Remove emotions. Just keep your emotions aside. Listen carefully and make use of the information. I'm going to read it out. The tweet was made by Arnold. He says, I'm in full agreement with you. I'm fighting for that here. This is as a result of, I think it's a response to what somebody said. A question, I believe it's a Biafran that posed that question to him, and he was responding. He said, I'm in full agreement with you. I am fighting for that here, now in the USA. The Nigerian government has hired dollar PR. Nigerian government has hired high dollar PR. High dollar PR. Nigerian government, listen, that Arnold is telling you that Nigerian government has hired high dollar PR. and lobby firm to lie and spin and deny and confuse. I want you to understand what we are facing. Some of you don't understand what we are facing. Arnold is responding to somebody. He said, I am full in agreement with you. I am fighting for that here. Now in the USA, the Nigerian government has hired high dollar PR and lobby firm to lie and spin and deny and confuse. It is vital that Nigerians speak up now loudly. It is vital that Nigerians speak up now loudly. Mike Arnold, as far as I have known him, is a man of integrity. For him to say no to the bribery of Nigeria, for him not to allow himself to be bought over, I bet you it takes the grace of God for anybody to withstand Nigerian corruption. There is no, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said it, every single ambassador representative in Nigeria is on payroll. You can imagine, if they can place the ambassadors in Nigeria on payroll, then somebody they invited, imagine the amount they're going to promise him, what they're going to give. This is the situation. The Nigerian government has hired high dollar PR and lobbying firm to lie and spin and deny and confuse. It is vital that Nigerians speak up now loudly. Remember, I said put your emotions aside. When Arnold is using the word Nigeria, don't get it mixed up. This is a man that is fighting for humanity. It is left for you to put yourself in that position. If you're a Nigerian, you're a Biafran, you are a Yoruba, you are an Arewa person, you're a Middle Belton, put yourself in that position where he wrote Nigeria and speak up now loudly more than ever. Speak up now loudly more than ever. He went ahead to say, what to the wise? One of the insider setting up high-level meeting for me gave me this advice. Did you hear that? Arnold is telling us that one of the insider setting up high-level meetings for him gave me this advice. Remember, Arnold is one of the people that activated this Cpc you are seeing today. He is one of the people who gave an evidence, life witness account of Nigerian atrocity that helped to push this Cpc forward today. So it is good you put that in your memory as we are speaking. So he's telling you that one of the insiders setting up high-level meetings for me gave me this advice. Gave him the advice that we should speak up now. We should speak up now, louder. We should speak up now, speak louder, because Nigerian government has hired high-dollar PR and lobby firm to lie and spin and deny and confuse. I want you to understand what we are facing. Why I said you should forget about distraction and focus on what matters. He went ahead to say, I want to caution you. Listen to this. This is a very important information. I want to caution you that the United States Department doesn't deal well with IPOB actors. I want to caution you that the U.S. State Department doesn't deal well with IPOB actors. They view them as violent separatists. They are well aware of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu case. I mention it as I don't want you to lose your credibility with U.S. policymakers in this pivotal moment. This is an advice coming from Arnold. And if you are a Biafran today, you should pay attention to this advice. It is very important. Nigeria has paid huge amount of money to people who are, I want you, before you come to this advice, don't get it mixed up. Remember what he said initially. Nigerian government has hired high-level PR and lobby firm to lie and spin and deny and confuse. And this is the result of that PR they are paying. This advice is as a result of that PR they are paying. This advice, that is why it came, because of those PR, that high-level PR to confuse, to deny, and to confuse. I want to caution you that the U.S. Department doesn't deal well with IPOB actors. They view them as violent separatists. This is the information that the PR of Nigerian government is pushing. The same thing, that is why they come to Biafra land, they create chaos. That is why you see false flag operation in Biafra land, sponsored by the DSS. That is why you see they employ some content creators who are even Biafrans. They stay online and they spill lie against themselves. When they spill these lies against themselves, they will take it and they will forward it to the United States authorities. Through their PR, high-paid PR. And when they send these information, what do? They use those information to spin, to deny, and to confuse the lawmakers. And as a result of this, they do not deal with IPOB actors well. They view them as violent separatists. They are well aware of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu case. I mention it as I don't want you to lose your credibility with United States policymakers in this pivotal moment. This is an advice that a brother can give to a brother. At this pivotal moment, we don't have to lose this opportunity, a very pivotal moment. When you allow yourself to be used as a distraction, you begin to fight your brother, your sister, whether abroad or at home. They use you to create false information. They use you for false flag operations in Biafra land. And Igbo man, you are sitting on your platform. All you do is to castigate the agitators. This is the result of what you are doing. Even though you claim you want to be free, but in what you are doing, you are pushing the freedom backward. You are standing before the freedom and making sure that it doesn't happen. That's what we are doing, in case you do not understand. And this is the result. So, the advice Arnold is giving us is also what we are saying today. Remain focused. Remain focused. Speak louder. Speak up now, louder. That's the advice is good. Speak up now, louder. Remain focused. Walk away from every division. Walk away from every distraction. Focus. Speak up now, louder. We must not lose credibility with US policymakers. We must not lose our credibility with the US policymakers in this moment. How do we lose our credibility? We lose our credibilities with them when we are divided, when we are fighting each other, when we are online gossiping, when we are online engaging in propaganda and blackmail, when we are online engaging in saga, when we are joining the government of Nigeria to create false flag operations in Nigeria, in Biafra land. When we do all these things, we lose credibility with the US policymakers. And Arnold is advising us, we should not lose credibility at this pivotal moment. We should try as much as possible to maintain peace among ourselves, to maintain unity among ourselves, and to speak louder than ever. Speak louder. Let your voice be heard. Let your voice be heard on issues, on things that matters. Bring out more evidence that you have. Call out eyewitness account. Dig deep and bring out things and shift. This advice that Arnold gave is the same advice that Mazi Simon Ekpa gave us when he came out on a Zoom call. On a Zoom phone call, this advice is the same advice Mazi Simon Ekpa gave. He called for unity. He called for us to be focused. Provide as much evidence as you can at this moment in time. Whatever your brother or your sister do against you, don't talk about it. Ignore it and forget it. When we get our freedom, we can deal with our issues. This was the same advice. Same advice. This one is coming from Arnold, a neutral person, speaking to Nigerians. This word is deep. You can go and read it on your own. You can go and read it on your own. It is deep and very important. And Arnold went ahead to say, in other words, focus on the issue at hand, eradicating terror. He gave an idea. Focus on the issue at hand, eradicating terror. Otherwise, you are your own worst enemy. This word is solid and clear. If you are a Biafran agitator today, you are a Biafran, you are seeking for freedom, focus on the issue at hand, eradicating terror. Otherwise, you are on your own. You are your own worst enemy. You are your own worst enemy. That is how he said it. Remember, I want. Take away sentiment. Take away your anger, whatever. Listen to the information and use it for yourself. Arnold is speaking. As an outsider, not siding anybody, he is supporting humanity. Speaking to human beings in that contraption called Nigeria. If you are human and you care about humanity, it doesn't matter your tribe, it doesn't matter your group, it doesn't matter your location, it doesn't matter what you do. Apply this in your own area. There's a lot of terror against the Biafran people. Bring out those informations. Expose it. Push it to the doorstep of the lawmakers in the US. Speak about it on your platform. Talk to anybody you can talk to. Talk to your own lawmakers in your own area, in any area you live. Your representative across the world, any country where you live. Meet your representative. Give them evidence handy. Make suggestions and speak on how these things have to be sorted out. Eradicating terror. Eradicating terror. Just like when we come to our program, we present Biafra as a remedy. That is also a solution on how to eradicate terror. Because once Biafra is recognized, this very agenda will die a natural death. This pursuit of interest will die a natural death. People will be focused on protecting their own border. Every region, the Arewa will protect their border. The Yoruba people will protect their border. The Middle Belt will protect their border. Everybody will be on their own, busy working, grow in their own space at their own speed. He went ahead to say, one step at a time, establish peace and justice while the world is behind you. Then chart your future. Did you see his last word? Did you hear his last word? The last word he wrote in this very wonderful, wonderful piece. He said, one step at a time, establish peace and justice while the world is behind you. Then chart your future. Establish peace and justice while the world is behind you. Then chart your future. I don't know what else you want to hear. I do not know what else you want to hear. Ordinarily, after reading this message and explaining it further and broadening it, we should end the broadcast. Because there is nothing more to say. It's left for you if you want to be free or you don't want to be free. It's your own business. But unfortunately, if you go to the comment section, you will see the kind of comments that people were writing there. You begin to marvel. Are these people human? Are these? Look at this one, what he wrote. Look at what this one wrote. And these are, I'm not even sure. These are paid agents from Nigeria. Bunch of clowns, paid agent from Nigeria. Look at what this one wrote. He said, Dr. Mike Arnold, truth. Enough of this too much English. When is the US launching the attack on terrorists? Is it when the helpless poor women and children are all killed? We need the intervention and we need it like now. This is a normal, this is the brain of ordinary Nigeria, a normal Nigerian people. This is how they think. This is how they think. They will never plan anything. They want everything fast, quick, just wait and take. And at the end of the day, they will end up doing nothing. They will end up doing nothing. Absolutely nothing. They will end up doing absolutely nothing. Look at this one. Look at this one. This one, they are blackmailing. They are already blackmailing the man. Look at it. Look at the name. Omo Abiyokuta Gidi. You see, that is why sometimes when you see people attacking Yorubas, you see that when you see people that attack the truth, in most cases here, when you see people that attack this man, most of them now are being Yoruba now. I don't know whether if they're Yoruba, maybe they can hide on other name. They might hide in other names and begin to write it. But look at it. And look at what that guy said. Look at what he wrote. Look at what he wrote that he said. Expose how foreign conman Mike Arnold exploit Nigerian insecurity to dupe foreign donors through fake charity front. You see. And Mike Arnold responded because he knows them. He said, over a month now, and this is still the best Omokri can do. Reno Omokri sponsored propaganda. You see what they are doing? Instead of responding to issues, they go to blackmail. This is what we face every day. The same thing they do to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. The same thing they do to Mazi Simon Ekpa. That is what they are very good at. Propaganda, blackmail, and pushing wrong information everywhere. Look at this one. They ask you a simple question, and you are here talking about IPOP. Please make this make sense to me. I will unfollow you. Just this one. Look at this one now, Mr. AC. The only anger that this one has now is because Arnold mentioned IPOB. You can imagine. This is somebody now who is concerned about the insecurity. But you are angry because IPOB was mentioned. And you call this one a human being? You call this one, we are talking about genocide that IPOB have endured for many years. IPOB have been shot at many times. They were shot at Aba. They were shot at Head Bridge. The videos are everywhere, which even a president was shown. It was shown to a president, he couldn't be able to look at it. Amnesty International have evidence of genocide against the IPOB members that happened over and over again. And Arnold advised the IPOB, and this idiot got angry. Look at what he wrote. They ask you a simple question, and you are here talking about IPOB. And when you hear idiots like this, you know where they're coming from. And he said, please make this make sense for me, or I will follow you. I will unfollow you, please. Unfollow him. Arnold is not here for that. Is when I see people say I will unfollow you, I don't care. It's just like some people who come online and say, "Oh, I will unfollow you." Now you're not talking about it. You're not talking about us. I will follow you. Unfollow me. If you're not comfortable with them, say unfollow me. I don't beg you to follow. I don't beg anybody to follow. I didn't come for the follow with that sense. Follow with your conscience. Follow with your common sense. If you go to a platform you don't like what they're doing, you unfollow. It's not a problem. It's not a crime. They didn't tie your umbilical there. No. Look at him threatening Arnold that he will unfollow. That is how some of us do in this Biafra issue. They come to your platform. They say, because you said this, because you didn't say it the way I want it, before I will follow you. And I look at them, I laugh. I look at them and I laugh. That is how they carry their idiocy everywhere. Look at. And Arnold responded to him. He said, I am telling you why the US decision makers might be reluctant I am telling you why the US decision makers might be reluctant. All they ever hear is Biafra. If you have followed me, then you know my position on that. I am deeply sympathetic. I'm telling you the reality of US politics today. Right now, the issue is ending terrorism. And by continuing to talk about separatism, it is muddying the water, confusing decision makers, and making them less likely to intervene. I share that statement. It was advice I received. I'm passing it on verbatim. The reason I have encouraged Nigerians to speak up, but if they speak up about Biafra now, they will only be hurting their cause. There will be time for that. But right now, the focus must be on ending terror. I don't know how I can make it more simpler. Read into it. More simpler. Read into it and as you want. Read into it what you want. Follow who you want. I'm just sharing the truth. Exactly. Follow who you want. I'm just sharing the truth. So you see, when you go to comment section, you begin to read their comment, you begin to wonder what this man gave an advice. And he was talking to, even he used the word Nigerian. And he mentioned IPO because they are a peculiar people. We have a very strong and sensitive issue. Every one of us know the issue of Biafra, how it is handled across the world. We know about the global conspiracy. It has not stopped. Whenever Biafra is mentioned, they get headache. Everybody begins to run head-basket. And somebody gave an advice. Instead of you now to key into the advice, take the advice and walk away with it. You are busy attacking. You are busy talking trash. You are busy pushing your propaganda and blackmail and all that. It is a shame. It is a big, big shame. But we must continue. Nigeria is not a nation, has never been, and will never be. The lawlessness in Nigeria is increasing every day. Yesterday, we saw a viral video that was going everywhere. You saw one of the lawlessness of the Zoleka Republic yesterday, where the Hitler in FCT, in Federal Capital Territory, the Hitler was waging war with the military yesterday. The Hitler was at war with Nigerian military yesterday. I know many of us have saw it. Let us use it and while our time again. This is Nigeria for you. War between Wike group and the Nigerian military. They are terrorist military. Watch them.
You have no document. Bring the document.
You have documents and everything has been submitted.
Excuse me, I'm the minister. You cannot tell me. You cannot tell me that. We cannot continue to add in this impurity. Where the approval even to people. You cannot continue this way. This country cannot continue along this line. How can that man at his level, even if he has a problem, he cannot reach me and say, look, I'm sorry, see what I have. You will send soldiers to intimidate who? We are all from this country. And this is government. You cannot be higher than any government. You cannot be carrying guns to intimidate people to not to do their work. Let me tell you, if not God was the first staff who spoke to me here, you could have killed everybody here. No problem. I'm not one of those that they can intimidate.
On the contrary,
I'm doing my job.
We are not intimidating anybody.
That's what you're doing.
The civilian, the engineer mobilized to site, and then staff or workers of SCDA look at it.
No, listen now.
That is threatening them. And that was when the admiral gave the order.
He cannot give order against government.
Because the papers are complete and he said it's submitted.
Are you the one? Listen, you know the problem you have. Are you the one that will say, paper? What will show me that you are? First of all, show me that government gave you this paper. Show me that you have an approval to build what you are building. It has nothing to do with I'm a vice admiral, I'm a lieutenant general. That is not it. We must work according to law.
Did you hear Wike? Wike say you must work according to law. The most lawless person you have in Nigeria is on camera telling you that you must work with law. You see, when we say Nigeria is irredeemable, this is it. The greatest lawless person in Nigeria is on camera telling you you must work according to law. Have Wike ever worked with law? Wike destroyed his party and joined the opposition. Wike took the life of innocent people in Obibo. Wike fought against a sitting governor, removed him illegally. Wike threatened the INEC member that he's going to take his life if he doesn't rig election for him. That same man is before the camera speaking about law, challenging a feral man in terrorist country, challenging the terrorist Janjaweed, and he's quoting law. You can imagine. You can imagine the audacity. When you hear him talk, the most lawless man in Nigeria is here talking about law. What a shame. I hope the world is watching. When Donald Trump say Nigeria is a disgraced country, this is it.
We must work according to law. So you? No, you cannot tell like this. Don't tell like this. Don't you try it? I said it.
Imagine the lawlessness. Imagine the lawlessness in Nigeria. A disgrace country.
I am a small boy, but the commission of planning can
A disgrace country. And when you see Wike making noise, you think he would take this land from these people and give his own friend. Wait, let's listen. He would take the land from these people and give to his own group.
Those who come and complain How do I bless him? This is not professional. It's not professional. You can't be pressing the military with this thing. It's okay.
It's great country. You see the disgrace country. When Trump called them a disgrace country, they said no. You can imagine. We are weak and his thoughts is challenging the Nigerian military.
I arrested him.
No.
We have
it's okay. From demolition is property.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Order matters. I'm an offside, take to order.
So what? You had a who than me.
So I'm an offside, take to order.
To order that you take illegal order.
Mr. General.
Okay.
You can't say no. That means
you can never develop this property. I will not allow it.
No problem, sir.
I'm
only acting on my
orders.
If
you want to kill everybody, kill everybody.
We will not kill
you
anybody,
cannot.
Sir. We will not kill anybody, sir.
You put yourself in trouble.
My friend, you see, what is that? You cannot shut me up. Look at you. You cannot shut me up. You are my senior. You cannot even talk when I'm talking. Because I'm only that you wait. I'll be talking and policemen will be talking.
Hey, you are taking with us. You don't have any good.
I'm not to carry security to intimidate. Because you're an officer. Nobody does that.
We did not carry anybody.
The man took the we will not allow because he was chief of numbers and then for you to carry land.
Sir, everything was acquired legally.
Will you stop that?
You
will you stop that?
Sir, I'm an officer, I have integrity.
Shut up, your mouth, put
I will not shut up.
Will you get out?
Sir, I won't shut up. Sir,
I was in school, you're not in school.
Sir, you can't shut
will
me
you keep quiet?
You
You're a big fool.
I'm not
You're a big fool.
I'm not a fool,
you can shoot anybody like that?
Sir, I'm not
you're
a fool.
Who are you?
I am not a fool, sir.
As at the time I graduated, you were in primary school.
I'm acting on orders.
Take for which order? You will see whether you will not be here.
Sir, you can't call me a fool.
Go and develop here.
I'm an officer. I'm not a fool, sir. I'm an officer.
You would have killed everybody here.
No, we won't kill anybody. We won't kill anybody. We are acting on orders.
You can imagine. The most lawless country in the world.
Go and develop here. Let me see you.
Regular officer, you won't come and
we are going to get out.
Go. I'm not even seeing what is recording. Hello, sir.
Director press. That is Nigeria for you. When Trump called them a disgraced country.
That man at his level, even if he has a problem, he cannot reach me and say, look, I'm sorry, see what I have. You will send soldiers to intimidate who? We are all from this country. And this is government. You cannot be higher than any government. You cannot be carrying gun to intimidate people to not to do their work. Let me tell you, if not God chief of defense staff, who spoke to me now, you could have killed everybody here. No problem. I'm not one of those that they can intimidate. I'm doing my job.
We just witnessed a very heated argument between you and the Nigerian army. Can you take us back to when this started and what this is all about?
Well, it's unfortunate. And these are the kind of things that retards our development. You are aware that the land department and the development control have been mandated to see where the illegal development going on and land grabbing. And when this was brought to my attention, I did instruct them to make sure that nothing takes place in as much as they don't have any legal papers in terms of regional approval or even acquisition of the land. And when they came here, I was informed that the soldiers of the military had to chase them away. And I thought probably they will be acting illegally. And so today, when I was in the office, while they came to implement the directive that was given to them by myself, I was called that the military have taken over the place. And I had to come by myself to see things for myself. It's really unfortunate. And you heard what the officer said was sent by the former chief of naval staff. And I don't understand how somebody who attained that position, I see that he has a problem, cannot approach my office to say, look, this is what is going on, this is what is going on. Or simply because he's a military man, he could use that to intimidate Nigerians. I'm not one of those kind of persons that will succumb to blackmail or intimidation. And you can imagine where you cannot even prove where the documents. And the director of the control is there. I said, look, I was here. I said, bring the documents. You don't have the documents. Bring the approval for building. You don't have it. And how can we continue to allow lawlessness to prevail in this country? What about those who don't have the military? What about those who don't have security. It has gotten to a level where when government officials are carrying out their job, you go and bring security.
Carry out your job in the criminal.
Against government officials. I will not accept that.
The most lawless man in Nigeria speaking.
And I've spoken to the chief of naval staff, and they have assured me that, please, they have to resolve the matter. And we're not coming here to have a shooter with anybody to cause chaos or not. But what I can say, I would not allow it to happen. The way we have done carried our jobs in other areas, in the same way it will be done here. He will not carry out this illegal development and land grab simply because he was a former chief of naval staff. I would not allow that. And that is really where we are.
I think we're okay. Thank you very much.
You see, when you hear this criminal talk, you think he's for good. This is a man who is grabbing every land for himself. When you're talking about land grabber, you think he is the major land grabber. This idiot is also. Let me give you a report about this madman that is shouting. When you hear Nigeria is a disgraced country, it is not. I don't know any other word to use. Disgraced country doesn't seem to be sounding nice. Look at it. Look at this post made by Sahara. Look at it. Look at it. How Wike revoked 30 hectares of land owned by top military officials, relocated same land to associate, including INEC chairman Amoputa. So when you see him shouting there, you think he's shouting for Nigeria. He's not shouting for the poor masses. He's not shouting he's shouting for his clique, for their clique, their group. Their clique and their group, that is how they operate. They grab land, they take any. There was a time a report came, even he allocated land to his son. Even his son has land in Abuja. His in-law has land in Abuja. And when you see him shouting, you think he's shouting for you. This is an idiot. The most corrupt and the most unlawful man in Nigeria.
Sycophant, the guy na sycophant of the highest order.
Serious one. This is the worst man you can ever mention his name, and somebody will go look at it. Exclusive how FCT Minister Wike revoked 30 hectares of land owned by top military officers, relocated same to associate, including INEC chairman Amoputa. This is what this idiot has been doing in Abuja. And when you see him there shouting, you think he's doing it for other people. You see, the source who has been directly engaged in the matter said the revocation and the retribution were carried out in total disregard of due process, officials' recommendation, and existing approval. This is the man who is telling you about law. You saw him there shouting and making noise about law. A lawless, very lawless man. Phrases there have emerged on the land dispute that triggered Tuesday's confrontation between the Federal Capital Territory Minister, Nyesom Wike, and soldiers who stopped him and his officials from entering a property in Gudu District, Abuja. Speaking exclusively to Sahara reporters, a legal practitioner involved in the same explained that the dispute, 30 hectares land, were initially allocated to serving and retired military personnel, but was later revoked by the FCT minister, Nyesom Wike. The lawyer revealed that the same was reallocated to Wike political associates, including a top ally, alleged to be the current Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC chairman, Professor Sam Amobida. These are the people that are going to conduct a credible election for you. They are already collecting their bribe in advance.
Yeah.
They are already collecting land. They are already collecting this, and these are the people that will give you credible election. And I hope that the United States of America is watching. I hope that the officials of the United States of America is watching. The source who has directly engaged in the matter said the revocation and redistribution were carried out in total disregard of due process, official recommendation, and existing approvals. I am personally involved as a lawyer in this matter, and several other cases of revocation and relocation of land to private persons by Wike, the source said. Wike revoked the land, which total 30 hectares, and allocated it to some persons, one of whom we were told in confidence is the current INEC chairman. Unfortunately for Wike, a former naval chief, Awal Gambo, and some serving army personnel have vested interest in the land and have partly developed some. Sin. The source claimed that the land was originally designated as park and recreation area, but Wike allegedly changed the land use to multi-purpose and issued fresh right of occupancy to new beneficiaries. In the letter dated 17th May 2022 and addressed to the MD CEO Santos Estate Limited, the author Hajia Rescato Abdulaziz, the Director Park and Recreation Department, said this with reference to your letter dated 21st February 2022 on the above subject matter. You see, we have to read all this and bring it forward. You know, when you see him shouting in that video, when you see him making noise and shouting in that video, you think he's shouting for the poor masses or he's trying to follow the rule of law. I say Wike is the most lawless man in Nigeria. Everything Wike have done in Nigeria has always been lawless. He has never been lawful. He has never. He destroyed the political party where he belonged. He rigged himself and removed a governor. He destroyed the life in Obibo single-handedly. A very lawless man. He threatened an INEC official. If you do not rig election to my own part, you are dead. You are not going to go. This is the man you saw in that video ranting and making noise. And some of you will be confused and think, oh, he's fighting for poor masses. People who doesn't know him will think he's fighting on behalf of the man. This man has never in his life fought for the masses. He's an animal that is only fighting for his own personal interest. An idiot who is concerned about his own self alone. Everything Wike have done all his life in politics, it's about himself and himself alone. He doesn't care how you feel. He doesn't care what you do. He doesn't care what you're about to do. This is the man I just played his video. And it's important we show the world who they are, what they do. And I want us to listen to this, our brother, a one Nigerian, what he has to say about Wike on that very action you see there.
Now, don't see this video between Minister for FCT and the military officer. Some people say this was not professional or this or that and all. I don't know what when I think about the incident will happen. But as for me, you see the military officer in this video, he must be protected at all costs. Yes, because he is our gallant officer and he's a man of integrity. We must protect the dignity of our armed forces. In fact, Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Waidi Shuaibu, and even Chief of Naval Staff, yes, Vice Admiral Idi Abbas, we beg you, sirs, you must protect this our dear officer. Nothing must be had to happen to him. He must be given all the support as a gallant officer because he stood professional even in the face of unprecedented provocation. Yes, he is a man of integrity. It does not matter whatever was the cause of the altercation, whether they carry out legal or illegal order. The Minister for FCT has no right to address a military officer in that kind of reckless and derogatory manner. No, we reject it. No, Honorable Minister. Because when you build a system of impunity and recklessness, this is the result. When madness jam impunity, now the thing we will see so clash of the titans. Shena Ole Minister for FCT, the Tinubu cabinet. Is Minister for FCT the only minister in Tinubu's cabinet? Where be say since they make one person minister, the full country cannot drink water and drop cup. It is like saying now one emperor. In fact, Abuja never see minister before. Even independence, you go see billboard congratulating minister for FCT on independence of country. It be like Nigeria get 2 presidents, 1 president for Nigeria and 1 president of FCT. Convoy in a power by go day the front. Everything you gotta, you are a fool. No, honorable minister, no. You cannot address our military officers like that. These are the people where they fight war, protecting our national interest and territorial integrity. You cannot address him like that. Whether you agree, say the other way carry out there is legal or illegal, you cannot resort to self-help or political banditry. There is a channel where you fit carry out his report. You can write a petition to his superior, or you can go to court. Shebi will not like court. Now go always tell us to go to court. Now they take care of judiciary. You can go to court. You should not resort to motopark politics. No, you cannot be telling the military officer say he's not a fool, and he's not a fool. You cannot tell him to shut up. If you have any grievance with what he's doing there, take it up with his superior. Every leader must be able to show character and restraint even in the face of provocation. You cannot resort to this kind of gutter language. No. Since when they make one person minister, issues of land for Abuja don't turn on another thing. Now this, now that. When they say they allocate land to children, they say, so, you can, I say you can, when I was in school, but no, honorable minister, no. Now so they think they pain. They say, well, when they think they pain on us, so as they pain them, the way where they say the thing where we do was the time where they bring up Biafra results for 2023 election. Now so Nigerians feel this impunity is big enough to go round. The way where they think they go, it go touch everybody, one person at a time, because we have decided to build a system of impunity and rascality. We must make better of our lives. Look at the show of shame. Security agents where they attached to minister struggling and pushing with military persons, and most of them were armed. What if anything be happen? A shame of a nation. Shame on you, Nigerian leaders. Leaders in the country, public officials cannot show decorum, cannot show character, cannot show composure. In fact, military officer is even showing more restraint and professionalism in the face of provocation. Because the way where they think they go, now slap being remain to land for one person eye. But it kukuma good. If to send a civilian do them, by now DSS or don't land them, you know when they see well, not they gas you, they carry you go through for slaughter. They will charge you for treason. They will charge you for this. Power past power, but nothing past God. Make una see them now. Resolve this one. We take God beg you, our military officers, you must pamper them, you must pet them. They have dignity. That uniform carries a lot of pride. You cannot insult men of our armed forces. If you disagree with whatever they are doing, that they protect house of former chief of naval staff or whatever, there is a channel to register your grievances. Learn to follow due process. Honorable Minister, follow due process. You cannot be the authority. You cannot be the rule of law. Follow laws and procedures. That is the way a country should go, not to turn an entire country to behave like a zoo. Even zoo, animals go in a certain manner. Everybody this one is a lawless zoo. We cannot continue like this. Nigeria
don't take Nnamdi Kanu word.
That they respect law and order and not allow recklessness in public office. May God help Nigeria. I thank God beg on Nigerian armed forces.
Which God?
Protect our...
Which God help Nigeria? They are
of all well-meaning Nigerians. He said he's not a fool, and he's not a fool. They say make he shut up. He said no, go shut up. If all Nigerians fit get the courage to speak truth to public office holders, when they know say the thing where they do they wrong, they will have a second thought. Now because everybody they do like zombie, now make una they think say una be God. You are not God. Follow due process.
Of
My
course.
name is Peter for our armed forces.
They are all of them.
My brother Christian, you're welcome. Coach Hughes, you're welcome. Bro Max, you're welcome.
Good morning.
Take the mic, Jared.
Yeah, morning, my brother Jared. All these people, all of them na bad luck, bad market, all of them. Even this one when they rant, this and that. This one when they rant, say all this one when they run say this and that. They say our military. Not the same military. They when Nigerian people come out to protest for good governance, they shoot them, so go dump them every. Not the same military. So why will you look if they are fighting? I will thank God that let them fight harder.
I said they for open fire. Now that one for good.
Make it go into weakest stomach. That thing for this bullet for go weakest stomach. Weakest slaughter innocent Igbo people in Ovibo. And you think that look, in one of these days.
You're the working cops now. You don't see how you be.
one of these, a hand go touch Wike.
Definitely.
Just massacre people for protesting, just to protest. And
all those Aboki soldiers where they challenge. Forget one day they go put bullet for him belly.
You can see now, everybody hates him now. Everybody. Both APC, both PDP, both whatever, because in safe, in own done too much safe. All this everything. And Wike, I've never seen a psycho fan like Wike in my life. I've never seen. You know that he's not a stupid guy. He's well, he has some intelligence. Now, he's able to figure out where the power lies. So he always he panders a lot to where the power is. This guy, because he understands Nigeria too, to an extent. He knows that if you are the president of Nigeria, it doesn't matter how you get there. It doesn't matter how you become president. Whether you be a drug trafficker, a 419, a criminal, whatever. Immediately you're a president, all the power in Nigeria rests on you. You have it. So what Wike does, or what he realizes, is that because he not say, we cannot say be like person when shit for church, carry Bible. He knows that too well. Of course, many politicians in Nigeria, they also know that because they commit a lot of havoc, atrocities all over the place. Like the Hopus of this world. They know that. So they always, cater towards where power lies. Do you know that Wike has to sabotage anything and everything sabotageable just to make sure, say, they in line with Tinubu? Because where the power lies is Tinubu now. Outside Tinubu, there's nobody that can touch Wike in terms of but so therefore he can never. It don't be the way they sing on your mandate. You remember that? So these are moves, to pander, to kind of cater to him. And as long as he continues to remain in the good book of Tinubu, he will be covered. He will still have that power in Abuja. And oh my God, Nigeria, Jesus Christ. Well, this Peter guy, and that's why when I look at people like this, I say, una safe, una mumu safe, una mumu na pass mark. He overpass mark, they are mumu. Because we can know that only Tinubu can touch him. If he provoke, or if Tinubu, however he goes, say okay, Tinubu can remove him because he was not elected. He was never voted as a minister. Therefore, Tinubu can just remove him just like that. And where does he go? He becomes vulnerable. He knows that. So that's why he can destroy anything and anybody just to be in the good book. But that's not how it's supposed to be.
And they say birds of the same feather flock together. Tinubu is an Agboro also.
Agboro, 100%.
Lifetime Agboro in Lagos.
Yeah.
Don't jam an Agboro. Carry Agboro, go full body for FCT.
I saw this video yesterday, but though the anger in me doesn't really allow me to pay much attention on that issue. I was just hoping that the military guy will go crazy the way they go crazy towards Nigerian people to fire. Yeah, that was what I was just hoping that could happen, I don't know. Huh?
If I get removed, when I watch it, I go just remove them.
Exactly. But hang go meet them. God have a way of doing his own thing. When he's always a God of time. When the third time you go see how it go happen. So for me, just again, so I did not really know why they were arguing, but because I know that it's a lawless country. The people are lawless, so it's always might is right. That is the issue with Nigeria. So I don't know. It's like maybe the military tried to be something. I don't know. But if you will explain, if you understand why they were quarreling.
I just read it. That paper I read now, that report I read now is what transpired. He went and revoked a land that belonged to a former naval chief.
Mm-hmm. And the naval chief was building something in the place or building.
They have developed it already. They have developed not only one, there were about 2 naval chiefs who they gave them that land at their retirement. But they said they encroached in other places. Then he went and revoked it. He didn't just revoke it, he revoked it and gave it to his own friends.
But Brachus, if I tell you that Wike is not doing any of this without the consent of Tinubu, do you know that?
Of course, Tinubu is aware now.
He's aware. Maybe they send him. Because if not, Tinubu will just either remove him or caution him and tell him to stop. But he's aware. Just like what they are doing in Lagos. All these houses and businesses of Ndibo, they are destroying in Lagos. If you think that Tinubu is not aware or did not give them the mandate, yeah. So that's how it goes in Nigeria. So thank you so much, my brother. And yeah, let others talk for now.
Okay. Coach, you take the mic, speak to us. Let's hear you.
Good morning, Mazi. But Christian, good morning. And Maxwell, good morning for my. Yes, if we look at it now, we're going to see that the camp of the enemy, they are now panicking. Let me borrow the word of our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. His Asolok is panicking, and their camp is also panicking. Because everything is getting clearer every day by day. And at the same time, if you look at all these things, this revoking or not revoking that Wike is doing today, number one architect of it is that man that called himself president of Nigeria, which is Tinubu. Just is exactly thing that is happening in Lagos. That they are demolishing Igbo property, burning their shops. If you look at the other voice message, that discussion of that chief in Yoruba land with Shetima, this is exactly thing. This is almost the same thing. Because one of those shops, revoking land, it says that yes, this is the owner of the land, you go and revoke it. What is that telling you? That is the agreement that I have made on each other. And at the same time, everything that is happening now, we Biafrans have to be very careful. Very careful that I'm saying this. All of us are supposed to be focused on what you are doing. Because all this thing that is happening now, they are doing it to distract us, to use this opportunity, this great opportunity that is in our present this moment. Because if we check everything that is happening in social media today, once you see that Biafrans, we are heading to somewhere, they'll just go and bring one thing and spread it to social media. If they look at this one, come say, this one correct this one husband, this one correct this one daughter, this one with his husband they fight, this one with his pikin they fight. All this thing is distraction for us to lose focus. And most of these people that they even plant in our midst, they are giving those people that planted in our midst information for them to strike anytime that they see that we are moving ahead. Every one of us have to be very focused. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu judgment that is coming on 20th. This is the time for every one of us to make that judgment, even most especially those in America. If it's even possible, if they can organize protests on that in that America, so that the government of United States of America will be aware that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is being held in Nigeria DSS dungeon. That is to create more awareness. It's not that they don't know, but for them to give them first-hand information. This is the time, so that we Biafrans want to use this great opportunity that is in our present now. Because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have written a letter to Donald Trump. That's a great achievement. But we individuals, that mode purpose that Mazi Simon Ekpa talk about, this is time for everybody that is living in the United States of America to use that mode purpose by organizing that protest. That is going to make them feel, that is going to give them more information. Because I think he's in Abuja here. I think he's one man protest. One guy that is making protest in Abuja here. That one is a good idea. They will find any means to distract us. Not especially all those people that call themselves government official of Nigeria. They will go and create chaos at back. They will bring it for us in social media for us to lose focus. And I'm even hearing one rumor. I don't know that the government of Nigeria, they are planning how to release Ike Kurumadu. I didn't know how true that news is. Whether they are planning to am I going to say switch Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to them so that they're going to give Nigeria government Ike Kurumadu. I'm still saying whatever thing that they are planning against our leader.
Don't listen to don't pay attention to those idiotic narratives. There's nothing like that. They are going there to speak for Kurumadu, which is what they have to do as somebody who is working for them as one of their destiny. It doesn't have anything to do with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu or whatever. Anybody that is trying to attach it to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is just an idiotic statement. It doesn't make sense. Go ahead.
Yes. I know that all those they are planning no go even work. If they like me, they attach it to it. If they like me, they not attach it to it. We Biafra, we know what we want because we are divine Biafra. We have defined Biafra by ourselves, and we are focused on what we are portraying. That is what we want to tell them this morning. Thank you, Mazi. Let me stop for here now.
Thank you. Bromas, go ahead. Bromas, take the mic. Go ahead.
So much, Mazi. Good morning to you, and good morning to Coach Hughes and Nnamoche, Brother Christian.
Good morning, brother.
I salute each and every
Mazi.
one of you. May God continue to bless. May God continue to bless each and every one of you. May God bless Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, my able leader that has stood for me and my own family in order to make sure that the land of Biafra is protected. May God bless Samuel Ekpa. May God bless USV. May God bless the lady that is taking care of it right now as we speak. I love them all. Whosoever that is trying to bring Biafra, whosoever that is doing whatever within his or her capacity, just like Mazi Chuk is doing here, and all of us are coming into his platform to speak. Something that is going to aid, the coming of Biafra. The sovereignty of that great nation that has been on the ground for many years by an act of enemies and so on and so forth. To come on. And not that we agree in everything. In democracy, we agree to disagree. May God bless each and every one of you. Those in my mother's ancestral land, Biafra land, I say, may God give you the strength and the spirit, the patience to endure whatever that the enemy, the zoo will throw out.
You're breaking up. Bromas, you're breaking up.
Those of you also in the diaspora, those to what they can do wherever you are. Some of us are I mean, is it okay now?
You're breaking up. We can't hear you. It's not flowing. We can't. I think the network is breaking up.
Oh, but yeah. What about now?
Okay, go ahead.
It's not coming on.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay. Like I was saying, because the responsibility of the freedom of Biafra and homeland lies in the hands of all of you that are in the diaspora, because you have every opportunity and the willpower, unlike those in homeland. There are limits to what they can do. And as you are doing that, no matter which way that you are doing it, I will say, may Chukwu Okike Abiama, Ewurade Nyankopon continue to bless you and strengthen you. You see, Mazi Tricks, the video that you played, I saw the video, I watched it. Wike is very, very lucky. He is damn lucky that I am not that officer that was there.
Thank God you are here.
You cannot challenge me on acting under instruction. Once an order is given, there are some of us that will question it. And there are levels you will reach. You won't question any order unless you leave. If you just go. But in as much as you agree to remain there, even when let's say a major general, when a major general gives order to a brigadier general, that order must be carried to the letter, or he will be charged. He will face court-martial for refusing to obey a particular order that was given to him. Sure. That lieutenant was obeying a particular order given to him by his superior. Who is weak? Who is weak? That is exactly what he did in Obibo.
Yeah, always overstepping his boundary. He never meet to crazy people now. They go open fire for him, belly. After they go Georgia.
Our people, because he had the power as a governor to do so. It was exactly all of our people strong. Oh, this just because they dealt with them. They did all manner of things on our people. He now took it to this place. See, he was lucky. He was lucky. In fact, if you listen, you cannot come out there unprovoked, rain insult on me while I am on, how do we call it, act of duty, my area of responsibility. I will deal with you. I will deal with you. As long as I have my backups and everything, no matter who, I will deal with you there. Who took you there? On what ground did you go there? Was the place given to them? Do you supposed to go there as a minister? Don't you have people that can go there, investigate, and go and give you a report? Don't you have enforcement team? In fact, when he told you that I am under the instruction of this particular officer, a senior officer for that matter, a general for that matter, why can't you go home and consult the man? Because that officer was not there on his own authority. Someone put him there. You destroyed the boy, despite that the guy was wearing uniform. You rubbished him, you insulted him, and the boy did not even respond. He is very lucky. There are a limit of insult that I can take when this kind of opportunity or situation presents itself. He was lucky that it's not someone like a woman that he met at that particular place. I could have shown him that we can do it. My officer that asked me to come there with that level of insult, calling me foolish, stupid, idiot. What did I do to you? Because I'm wearing uniform and obeying others, I didn't kill anybody, I didn't beat anybody. You come in there, you are insulting me, calling me foolish, telling me when you were in school, I was not born.
Brahman, sorry. Do you think the guy, is he a senior military officer like Colonel or something?
He's presenting his CV.
You see this
We can't hear you,
arrogance. You see this.
A network problem.
No, he's just a lieutenant. He's a lieutenant.
Okay, you know these military terms.
I think he's a lieutenant. He's a Navy
lieutenant.
Navy lieutenant.
Okay, not a colonel. Colonel is higher. Mm. Okay.
B. He's just a young Navy. He's a Navy lieutenant. Oh, you know. See the time when they kill, see the time when they buy a colonel in Lagos. Police people buy in Lagos. Did they see what happened? Police people wear uniform for almost 1 year in that country. That's not because that is a chief officer that wears a red gorget on his neck.
Okay, so if he was like a colonel, if he was like a colonel, if he was like a colonel, he will not talk to him like that.
Do anything. You don't need to.
Your network is messed up, Bromax.
He would.
Your network is really messed up.
I don't know what. I don't know what is going on. I don't know what is going on. How about now?
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, better now.
Is it good? Is it a little good? Okay. Yeah. So for me, you see this arrogance in these Nigerian politicians, this pride in them, that they believe that they are all in all. These are some of the things that we are fighting to run away from. Look, if you stay in the toilet for too long, the flies that you don't expect will visit you. If Biafrans stay in that Nigeria for too long, some of us, I'm telling you, will become like Nigeria.
We are already.
Become like Nigeria.
We are already.
Because you see, there are some people you will be talking to them in such a manner that when they talk, that manner of approach, they don't even have it at all. They will be telling you, "Do you know me? Do you know me?" That self, how do I call it? A right of self-entitlement. You cannot come. You see, you can't come to Ghana here and begin to tell somebody, "Do you know me?" They will tell you, "Say, who am I? Who am I? Who are you? Who are you?" Even the president cannot even tell a fellow citizen, "Who do you know me?"
Yeah,
that is the level. Ghanaians, the civility among. But this man, especially this man, the level of arrogance in that man, I've not seen some before in my life. Mazi Chooks, I will leave it. I will leave it here. The more we talk about that man, the more so many things will begin to come out. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We must continue. Before we go ahead, let's just have a quick break, and then we come back again and continue on.
About how I'm going to defend myself. I told them that no court in Nigeria has jurisdiction to try me. Because since this offense was committed in England, so they said, it's only a UK court that can give a Nigerian court the authority to proceed, isn't it? Based on that, they now amended the charge again. I removed London. Location of the broadcast. Contrary to section 196, 174 of the Terrorism Prevention Act 2022. In violation of their own laws. In violation of their own laws. And you want me to stand trial under such circumstances? Is that possible? Nnamdi Kanu to stand trial where these shenanigans are going on? It's not possible. Anybody standing in trial or coming to try me is a terrorist. That's what they are not saying. Not me. As simple as that. Section 2, subsection 3F of Terrorism Prevention and Prohibition Act. That's what it says. Any court considered to try me is committing an act of terrorism. Yes. Very clear. You cannot violate a treaty that Nigeria entered into and then come to try that very person is not done anywhere. So you must be aware of that. So that is why there is all these ridiculous delays. That is what Supreme Court said. I did not jump bail. My home was invaded. They came to kill me and I survived. They came to Kenya to kidnap me, brought me back to this country and seeking to try me, which the law says cannot happen. You cannot violate a treaty that the Nigeria entered into and then hope to stand on that illegality to conduct a trial is not done anywhere. And you wonder why God cost you. You don't know what justice means. You have no idea what justice means. You don't know what justice means. Useless. You cannot try anybody unless the law is written. Show me the law. Show me the law. I want to talk to this. Show me the law. Don't try that. Don't try it. Don't try it. Don't try rubbish. Don't try rubbish. Useless people. You don't know law. You don't know law. Your own constitution you don't respect. Supreme Court's judgment you don't respect. Then why we the play? Why we the go to law?
Welcome back. I appreciate everyone that have joined us on this very program. Thank you so much for being part of the program. And remember the topic we are discussing, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Cpc Designation strike. Biafra must not miss this moment. Your defining hour. This is the topic we are discussing today. So while you are in this very platform, and we are sharing views, always remember the topic and you push it in your discussions. And I don't know whether if my guests were here when I read the tweet that Arnold made recently. I don't know whether if you saw the tweet, Bro Maxwell and Coach Chooks, I don't know whether you saw the tweet. I read it out here when I was anchoring the program. And it is something we're supposed to discuss and channel the discussion on that very angle. The advice that Arnold gave, a tweet he made, and that tweet is very, very deep. When we are talking about not losing focus, holding on the opportunity, not missing the moment. This is something that our Prime Minister himself said, and now Arnold, that we all know from every indication, Arnold, since he can be able to stand against the bribery of Nigeria, they couldn't catch him. I think he's credible. So when I saw that tweet, I read it, and I don't know whether if you have seen that tweet. So if we are commenting, you have anything to say, you can equally say on that very tweet before I play some other videos that we'll deliberate on before we continue. Let's go to Bro Max. Okay, let's start from Bro Max. If you are still there, or your network problem will not be able to allow you. And let's start with Bro Christian. Bro Christian, are you there?
Francis, what did you say?
Did you see the tweet of Arnold recently?
No.
I read it out when I was starting the program. Maybe you're not there at that time.
What did he say?
Okay, let me see if I can get the tweet again and read the tweet. Because that very tweet he made is very important. A cause for concern is one of the things that made me to choose the topic I chose today, so that people can be focused and stop getting distracted. The tweet is just almost the same thing that we have been saying all this while about focus. And I'm going to read out the tweet. I'm going to read out. Let me see if I can be able to bring it up so that when we are making our contributions, everybody can be able to speak on that very issue. It is very important. And I feel it has, that tweet is loaded with information. Keep your sentiment away. Keep every other thing you have in mind. The information there is deep. Look at the tweets and look at what the tweet says. It says, he was responding to somebody. He said, I'm in full agreement with you. I am fighting for that here now in the USA. The Nigerian government has hired dollar PR and lobby firms to lie and spin and deny and confuse. It is vital that Nigerians speak up now loudly. Words to the wise. One of the insider setting up high-level meetings for me gave me this advice. I want to caution you that the US State Department doesn't deal with IPOB actors, doesn't deal well with IPOB actors. I want to caution you that the US State Department doesn't deal well with IPOB actors. They view them as violent separatists. They are well aware of Nnamdi Kanu's case. I mentioned it as I don't want you to lose your credibility with US.
Mazi, sorry, I'm not cutting you off. Sorry, Mazi. Hello?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I'm hearing for the first time that Mike Arnold, should I say, knows or mention the word IPOB. Frankly, I only knew about him when he came to Nigeria, when he was lured into Nigeria by a mockery. But then, when everybody saw it, he did not know any mention, nothing to suggest that he knows about our issue. So I'm hearing that for the first time. So sorry to interject, but go on. Then afterwards, I can say something.
I want to caution you that the US Department doesn't deal with IPOB actors. They view them as violent separatists. They are well aware of Nnamdi Kanu's case. I mention it as I don't want you to lose your credibility with US policymakers in this pivotal moment. In other words, focus on the issue at hand, eradicating terror. Otherwise, you are your own worst enemy. One step at a time. Establish peace and justice while the world is behind you. Then chart your future. This is the test that Arnold made. And this very statement is very big, deep, very, very deep and loaded. If you are somebody that is sentimental, you cannot understand what this man is saying. But I bet you, remove every sentiment in your mind and follow up this tweet with a clear and free mind. You will understand the deep information that this man is passing. To those of us who are Biafra agitators, he made a very critical point. One of the points I noted there, he has informed us, it is no longer a secret, that Nigerian government has hired high dollar PR and lobby firms to lie and spin and deny and confuse. We should be aware. And he said, it is vital that Nigerians speak up now loudly. Wherever you see him put Nigeria, put your own self there. If you are a Yoruba person, you are a Middle Pattern, you are an Arewa person, put your own person there. This man cannot come and stand for you and speak as if he's siding anybody. He is speaking to Nigerians. It is left for you to fix yourself there. The information there is that Nigeria is lobbying to the highest level to spill lies. And the result of all those lobbying and lies they are spilling, look at the result here. The result is that the US State Department doesn't deal well with IPOB actors. They view them as violent separatists. They are well aware of Nnamdi Kanu case. I mention it as I don't want you to lose your credibility with US policymakers in this pivotal moment. He went ahead to advise, focus on the issue at hand, eradicating terror. Otherwise, you are your own worst enemy. And he go ahead to say finally that it is one step at a time. Establish peace and justice while the world is behind you. Then chart your future. Go ahead, Christian.
Yeah, Mazi, the only thing I will say is, I will not be able to say exactly what I have in my mind concerning this tweet, because then it will go against what you want on your platform. Therefore, I'm just gonna leave it at the fact that I don't know, how can I put it? Anything on your, anything I really cannot say, because for me personally, I'm of
I know where you are going, but
yeah, I'm of
the way you are going about it is it's okay. Go ahead, my brother.
Yeah, I'm of the strong opinion that while I don't have, should I say, 100% evidence to it, but I am strongly of the opinion that whatever people who say they are the government or either the CRC or USB or whatever, I'm strongly of the opinion that I don't know what they are doing, because the impact is not felt. And if this man who is neutral, is an American, can come and tell you that they don't hold IPOB in high regards in the State Department. That is what he's saying invariably, right? Yeah. So that simply means that the needful, and
we have a lot of work to do. That means we have a lot of work to do.
Yeah, we've not the needful, because always, yes, there is always there are lots of things to do, but you always have to like go by maybe you have to prioritize, right? So I don't, but we've said it more than enough that whatever union or government you form, you should be able to prioritize, so that it doesn't look as if you are just buying time or wasting time, or you have a different agenda, or you, because for me, I think that some of us, either we are one Nigerianist or we are obedient, that is P2B follower, or just hoping that that they don't want Nigeria. Because I've met with several people, and I've told you several people who are also Biafrans, Igbos, but they said they don't believe that the separation, the disintegration is the way to go. So some will not even tell you, but they can be raising funds and online, doing this, doing that, but it's all just a mirage. That is human nature too. The human being can be really, really, it's incredible if you understand the nature of human being, So, because when you are not, people can see something to show that you are doing the right thing, or you are willing to do the right. What do you expect me to do? I've said about the governor, the election in Anambra by Soludo, and it's gone. However it goes with the buying of people to vote, because we saw it. You know, they were just giving people money to come and vote, stuff like that. Because Soludo is in charge of the location that comes to Anambra. So he has more than enough money at his disposal to give to people. 1,000, 2,000, as the case may be. In fact, he announced that this award we get 5 million, that award we get 2 million.
9 million. You say 5 million.
Exactly. So
if you give him vote, he give you 30 million.
Exactly. So you see, he has that unlimited resources available to him. So he's able to buy people who are starving and hungry. And if someone else come and tell you about making passport or making ID card or doing election, does it not sound like a joke? I'm sorry, but that's what it seems to me. Because if you are not in charge, this whole thing is not going to work. Well, if the State Department doesn't have that should I say awareness or approval or high regards towards us, then I don't know what you. Also, because again, since all this whole thing that started with Bimaha, you know, the guy that was the guy that raised the issue, but we don't have anybody who can. And I've also listened to people like Ted Cruz and Mike Johnson and some other senators talking about the Christian genocide in Nigeria, but none of them, I haven't seen or heard any of them making the case that it started with Biafrans, and that this is exactly the same thing that Biafrans are working towards, fighting for, to be free from this demonic entity that want to impose Islam and Sharia.
The reason is what this man also mentioned. He mentioned the reason.
Mike Arnold.
Mike Arnold mentioned the reason that Nigeria government
they are lobbying
to lobby. He made it very clear. He said the Nigerian government has hired high-level PR and lobby firm to lie and spin and deny and confuse. And he gave an advice that we should speak up loudly.
Yeah, but
that means we are not speaking enough.
Exactly. But you know that is what is expected of Nigeria, because that's what they do. They propagandize. That is, everything is all about propaganda. And they have more than enough money.
More than enough connections.
They can buy off. Nnamdi Kanu say they can buy anybody. They can buy anything. You have to be extraordinarily strong and human not to be buy off by Nigeria, because the uncountable, you can't put a monetary term on their limit or limitations. They can buy off anybody. You know, some of these politicians who comes to Nigeria, even this Mark Arnold, if not that he's like somebody. Yeah, well, yeah, but also he looks to me like somebody who is genuine in an effort to see Christians being saved in Nigeria. Otherwise, they could just give him $5 million US. It's nothing to Nigeria. Can you imagine if somebody, an American, giving $5 million US, your life is made. That is a crazy amount of money, and it's nothing to Nigerian government. You know, so the thing is that it's sad. It's really sad that. But I think one thing I wanted to say is that personally, and I think I said this some time ago also, that we keep doing our best, keep praying to God, and hoping that with God's intervention, the cracks will begin to really manifest in Nigeria, but not that based off of what people you think that their government of Biafra or anybody is doing. I don't base it off of that, because I don't see them doing the right thing. When they do the right thing, we will see it, because there's nothing to be afraid of. We live in a time, I've said it from beginning of this year, that this is an amazing time frame that God has given under this U.S. Republic. I've been saying even before this whole thing break off this Christian genocide. I've been saying, I said we have this window of opportunities, a God-given chance to make our case. But I'm not seeing it. I have not seen it. But somehow God has managed to use other people's voice to, raise this dust, and I also believe that God is not stopping. He's definitely not stopping. There's something that he intends to do. I can't quite put my finger on it, but I know that there's something God is doing, because as we speak now, Mazi, You will be surprised to know that for the first time in our lifetime, to think that the U.S. government, this Republican Trump-led administration, for the first time in the history, of course, that I know of, that British government will sever relationship with U.S. administration. The intelligence corporation, intelligence gathering corporation, they've cancelled it basically. So, and there's a lot for the first time that these two nations that have always been like one and two, based off of how they all came about, because they colonized it and they fought war and they fought before finally they left US alone to govern themselves. And from that time, till now, they've continued to be so intertwined, agrees on almost everything. When the US goes to war, British follows. There's never a time that they don't follow. But for the first time now, they are canceling that intelligence gathering corporation, because first of all, it was Trump that because that is the unconventionality of Donald Trump. He is not a globalist. He doesn't play by the book. He doesn't follow their script like some other presidents like Obama, Biden, and the rest will follow. He is very, very his own man, and there is his own agenda that God has led him into. So the BBC, because when we say BBC, if you mention BBC, you are mentioning British government. If you mention British government, you are mentioning they are just one and two, sort of, right? So Trump is suing BBC for a defamation. There's an article that they carried about him. So he sued BBC for $1 billion US. That is no joke, too. That is not a small money. So. And in return, the British government, in their parliament, they just passed a bill that they are not in support of US bombing Venezuelan ships in the high sea. Maybe you must have heard about that. So, so, and as a result, that they've canceled it. Not they were going to, they canceled their intelligence corporation that they've had forever, almost forever. They have this corporation where they share intelligence. They're no longer going to do that. And the ripple effect this is just the beginning. Can't know about because
a lot of things going to happen.
Yeah, because the thing is that America know also that Nigeria is their business center. Unquestionably, make no mistake about that. They own Nigeria. The Fulani, the Caliphate runs this on their behalf. So, they always insist on the fact that you have to let them know. Like America, if they have anything to do in Nigeria or about Nigeria, they always have to go through them because it's their properties for them, right? So, but seeing the move that not just Trump, but other Republican senators in the House and the Congress, the move they're making towards this Sharia business, because I think Ted Cruz is the one who is also proposing to push a bill that will abolish Sharia in Nigeria. That is blasphemy laws. Now, yes. So these are some of the things that the British on their own part. I watched the program yesterday. They feel like it's an encroachment, sort of, because it's their business. Nigeria is their business. Everybody knows that. If you don't get elected as Nigerian president without having to come to Downing Street and Chatham House and tell them who you are, what you want to do, why do you want to be president, how you're going to go about it. You have to do all this because it belongs to them. But again, like I said, these things are not ordinary. There's something, Chineke, we only fought so many, but he moves slow. God is, very methodic. But like I said, on our own, we are doing the little we can. If we have a representative, I don't see any. But also the prayer is that any out of these two leaders we know that has shown their hand, distinguished themselves to be very straight, very purposeful, and want Biafra and nothing but Biafra. I'm just praying that either of them will will be set free so that we can arrange, reorganize, and push forward. I see the rest are just, that's for me. Again, anybody can feel how they want, but I feel the rest are just, it's a joke. For me, it's a joke. Thank you.
Let's hear from our brother Maxwell. Bro Max, are you there? Bro Maxwell, are you there?
Yes, sir. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead. You saw the letter I wrote, I read, huh?
Oh, okay. Yes, I saw it.
Okay. What do you think about it? The message and what we have to do to keep pushing?
The message is filled with wisdom. Asina atụọrọ ọmara atụkwanụrụ ofeke oferefere isi n'ọhịa. Mazi Chuk, have you seen this? The reason why I said what I said after the declaration, 29th November, right? 2024. After the declaration, there was something I have been saying it and reiterating as well. Michael Rubin said something. Did you remember what Michael Rubin said when he called in to address
the population
people
in the US, and we should do what we have to do to make our
he practically mentioned 5 places. He mentioned the White House. He mentioned the Pentagon. He mentioned the Congress. He mentioned the United States African what defense. Also, there's another one he mentioned. He said, see, Biafra will come or may not come because of our attitude. And if we miss the opportunity, if we go, I have not seen any tangible effort our people are making. Those that are, see, United Biafra or whichever name we call it will come from the United States. You see, the House of Pentagon and White House, that is where it's supposed to come from.
Of course.
You have the number of people. Who do you want? Do you want our mothers that are in the villages to come to US? Eh? Do you want our people that are in Nigeria to fly the zoo? In my opening remark, I said there is limit of what our people. There is a limit to what our people can do in Biafra land. You have the opportunity. You are way up there. I have made references to Sowore's wife. How did Sowore's wife got to know these people, got to know her congressman, that she was flogging every day? Until that man took the case of tens of thousands of our people there, and we cannot make impact. Just look at what this man said now. You see, if you go back to 1990, 1991, 1992 in Yugoslavia, let me use that as an instance. The Croatian
your network, we lost you. We lost you. We can't hear you anymore. We can't hear you anymore. Bro Max, we can't hear you. Use your network. Make you phone them already. Network for you.
I'm telling you, they worry me. This is they've been telling us. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
They've been apologizing, and I don't know when they are going to, because you see, the reason why I don't want to tamper with this line is that this is the line that everybody knows me with. So if I change it, unless I begin to send secular to everybody, oh, I've changed my phone, oh, I've changed my SIM, I've changed this, so it will be difficult for me. You see, so this is the thing. Croatia
saw favor in the United States. The United States immediately ran to the United Nations because United States control the United Nations. They ran in there. We must save these Catholic people, these Catholic-dominated people. That's Croatia you see today. That beautiful Zagreb. Is it Zagreb? Yes. Yeah. The former Yugoslavia was Belgrade. They are Zagreb. Croatia, Zagreb. And today, go and see them. They never engaged in violent struggle. You see what this man said? This man has given you the mind of America and their Congress and everything that has to do with America. America don't like violent struggle. They don't like violent struggle. They come in when the chips are down also. That is when they come in. And our people must learn. They must go and study what this man said, that tweet. This man has spoken the mind of Americans. And we must now make amends.
Tweet is loaded.
Come again?
I said the tweet is loaded. Go ahead.
Good. We must study it. Biafrans are wise people. Well, people are filled with wisdom. I do not know how to say it now so that people will not tell me, oh, but you were there when these things were happening. From my own point of view, I have said it before, and Mazi Chooks, you've heard me, that leave Biafra alone with Nigeria, the zoo. We cannot beat them because they are on the ground. They have taken over everywhere. They control the resources and everything. So there is no place we are hanging. The only people that are making Biafra to be what it is are those of you that are in the diaspora that are speaking out using social media and your minds. I'm telling you, the likes of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu that wake up and begin to, tear them into pieces. And where did he start? He started there, right there in London, in the heart of the enemy supporters. We cannot, this opportunity, you see, let me say this, I don't know, maybe my people in the comment section will come after me, or those, you see, from where I am coming from. I know, say, most of these things, but we have to say it. In the Igbo now, because forgive me, because most of my Ilulu I learned from my stepfather. Some of them, if you may think that it is being derogatory or something like that, but forgive me, Obu Ilulu, it is not my word, that is the word of our ancestors. So whatever that happened, we must say it as it is. For me, if not now that this man has made this tweet, they know of IPOB, but they recognize IPOB as a violent separatist group. Do you know the reason why they've not proscribed IPOB? Do you know? Only God knows the reason why they've not. Only God, the God that brought
Nigeria has been pushing for it. Nigeria has been pushing for it, bribing for it, but
yes,
God stopped it.
But they recognize that these people are fighting to move away. They have looked at the proportionate and disproportionate force that we have, because you cannot beat a child and say that child should not cry. And Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was very, very careful when he set up ESN. He said ESN will not be in the town or villages. ESN will be in the forest. There is wisdom in it. Serious wisdom. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu understand. And because of that, if you ask Mazi Nnamdi Kanu today, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will tell you, yes, I set up ESN when all the efforts to protect our people that are going to their farm failed.
And he spelled out
we set it up. Yes. And they were in the forest helping and protecting our women and old men that are attending to their farms. That is basic. There is nobody. Do you know that they have not? That is one of the things, if possible, that Nigeria could have used against him. But they cannot use it against him because it is obvious and you are entitled to defend yourself in that manner.
Yes.
But let's say they were in town. Let's say they were in town. Maybe by now they will be collecting bribe, tip from motorists and the Okada men and so on and so forth. That is basic. That is what it's going to be. But Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has that wisdom to push them in the front. And tomorrow, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu would defend ESN. Not now that they have, they have commandeered them, taken them over. Now some of them are Udoga Achi and the rest of them right now. So my brothers and sisters, I am not here to criticize anybody or your effort. But based on this tweet now, there is nothing much that the United States of Biafra has done. Nothing much. If we have done something like I have been crying and crying, anytime I always lay the table on those of you that lives in the United States. I think, was it Nemoche Agi? Nemoche Agi came some time ago and told me here in your platform also that there are things that they are doing on the ground that you don't need to come out and speak. I said, okay, but look at this tweet today. This tweet. If there is overwhelming, activities from the United States of Biafra that is going on there, do you think that Mike Arnold will not voice it out the same way he called out IPOB today? He will also call it out. Our people must do something. Don't be lackadaisical. Use this opportunity and make your presence known in the White House. In the White House.
Ramash, sorry to say, Ramash, there's something, there's something I heard you say. I was a little bit busy, but I just wanted to correct you slightly, if you don't mind. Let me just raise the point because I heard you say it, if you don't mind. I heard you say that, oh my God. Okay, sorry, I will come in later. But...
No, we can hear you, sir. We can hear you.
Go ahead, Romax.
Oh, okay. You see, so this is the opportunity that we have now. Let our people begin to do something there. Biafra will come from White House, Pentagon, and everywhere there, the Congress. That is where Biafra will come. We have reasonable amount of Biafrans in there. Do something. Yoruba agitators has kept quiet too, but nobody knows what they are doing on the ground. Nobody knows what these people are doing on the ground. Though. You remember, there was an allegation about Tinubu supporting Oduduwa Nation, funding them as well. So our people must understand that we have to do whatever we have to do. I am not going to fly from Ghana to come to US. You are there, you have your papers, you can vote, you can do anything. Please maximize every opportunity if you really want Biafra to come. I don't want a situation when, let's say, everybody begin to come now, like what happened, because I am looking at what happened in Yugoslavia to replicate in Nigeria. That's what I'm looking at. What happened in Yugoslavia, former Yugoslavian Republic, is going to happen in Nigeria.
That and is America. They will not escape it.
Yes,
we
and
ourselves and get ourselves
exactly. And we must make our presence known to the White House so that they will know if it is United States of Biafra, if it is BRG, if it is CRC or whatever, make your presence known.
In that aspect, we have to be focusing on one particular area that we have. Every one of us voted for the United States of Biafra as a name that we are going to use. in that vote, we have a consensus, more than almost 60 million people. It is not good for anybody to be operating under any other name. That in itself is a distraction. It's a distraction. This is something every one of us have. Even you just make mention of what that guy said in that convention. You just said it. And these are the people who are in the United States and also talking about these issues, and they see things that are happening. So for us to walk away from what every one of us have now pushed forward and begin to talk, I see that one as a very disappointing move that is not going to favor anybody.
Yeah, you know, Mazi Chooks, you see,
in the area we focus now on that very, as we have agreed that we are going to be answering and move as United States of Biafra, that we should begin to do something. We should get to work.
Exactly.
Get to work.
Exactly.
To work. Yeah, my
exactly. Yeah. I'm landing on this, Mazi Chooks. You see,
go ahead.
You know, I used to say some certain things figuratively. There are some certain words that I used to, use on your platform here. I say, even if it be Satan that wants to bring, Biafra today for me, Biafra today for me, I will know when it comes. Then I will give you my conditions. That is it. When it comes, because it's one thing that they say is common, constant in human being is change. You see, we've signed, we've declared, the document is with Our Lady. And that is where I stand. Any other person that is doing the thing, you hear me, I've been saying it here. Don't let it affect whatever that you are doing in the process of bringing Biafra to affect the people in my mother's ancestral land. But that originality is what I'm looking at. And I have been asking the originality. What have you people doing in the use? I've been asking this question here, Mazi, you bear me witness. I've been asking this question. I reminded them what Michael Rubin said on that day of the declaration. What are you doing? If there is anything tangible that my people are doing, don't you think that Mike Arnold will mention it here today in his tweet? He would have. But no matter what, it is never too late. Let our people focus on what as nature anya ganisi agana nododo. Oburu nature inweta anya anu ganisi ya agana nododo manafo. Anya anu anoro n'afọ.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The message is very clear on that tweet where I saw he said we should speak out. That is the advice he gave to every one of us. Speak up. In as much and that place he used Nigeria, that word Nigeria he used is for every one of us, both the Ududua people. If you are fighting for the Yoruba Republic, you should speak up. You are fighting for Arewa, speak up. We, the Biafrans, will pick the advice as everybody should get to work. We shouldn't relax and release. Let's hear from Oluchi Wangod.
Let me quickly tell Bra Max what I was saying when I got called. Just 1 minute. Because Bra Max, you said that America doesn't like violent something. There's a way you put it. So, but it's just not true, because America itself was born out of violence. They have to fight with the British repeatedly, because when they lost, when the British failed, they came back, and America started another group of war with them, and they finally, before they gave in. So, but the only thing is, you have to be able to do both. It's a combination of the fighting and diplomatic push. You have to push diplomatically, because, for example, that letter that Nnamdi Kanu wrote before, in fact, if people who are in the U.S., who are also in the United States, the Biafrans, who if they genuinely want Biafra, if they are not one Nigerians or obedient, they were supposed to have written something very comprehensive and let this Republican U.S. government know about what is happening to our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. So, but it seems like, I don't know, I'm not going to say.
Maybe they have, but nobody's going to announce it if they did.
Yeah, but the thing is that Nnamdi Kanu would have also known if they've been able to do certain things, because a couple of things now Nnamdi Kanu has done that is very telling or very significant. That is when he called for money and when he now write a letter. So, but I'm just saying that, like you said, bro, we have to continue to do whatever thing we have to do. And if it's raising of money, there's nothing wrong in raising money, but you have to raise money with people you know that will put it to use. Because if you are doing humanitarian, okay, I understand that there are people back home that might need help, but basically the government of the day, which is the either Anambra, Soludo, or whatever, they are the government. They have to, humanitarian belongs to them. It's their duty to do any of those. But I know that, like Biafrans, if they need something, that is understandable. But basically, we have to try to get our land. If we get our land, while we are doing it, America, they will be seeing that we are really fighting. But you cannot fold their hand. You are not doing anything that will show. Even South Sudan, South Sudan, they were in it. They fought like hell. People, before America came in, and it was only when America stepped in that they got their freedom. And a month ago, I was a guy from South Sudan in Leicester, and they were talking about that. Okay, you have your freedom now, but you are still incoherent. There is still trouble in South Sudan. He said that it's better that at least they are dealing with themselves than the Arabs. What the Arabs were doing. That at some point they will get it together. That is normal. So you just, my brother. Thank you so much.
Okay, that's it. So most importantly, our people, the message on that very place, most importantly, our people in the United States should get to work.
No, it's
They are not doing enough. They are not doing enough. They should get to work and do things that they have to do. They should get to work. Get to work. Write if you can write. Go and move. Work with your foot and go there.
Even protest is even among.
Very, very important. Let's go to Oluchuma God.
Yeah, my brother. Good morning.
You're welcome, my brother.
Good morning, brother Max. Mazi Christian. Brother Coach, yeah, I have listened to everyone and I have come to realize. I just like to borrow some words from Nwanwa. My father told the whole thing my father told me as a young boy why Biafra did not come. When my father was saying all those, I was wondering, Papa, how is it that a Biafran person will look at the natural Biafra, seeing what have happened, and the person will not want Biafra? My father told me, my son, this is very deep. I said, Papa, just tell me, those people who do not want this Biafra, they want Biafra, are they our people? My father said, my son, yes, they are our people. You see, I have come to realize, when our people come here, they praise Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they praise Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they praise Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. What Nnamdi Kanu went through in our land to be, for his name to be this name today, my brother, he did not achieve it under 1, 2, 3 years. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu struck and the Mazurike, they did all manner of things. The politicians, he told them, this is where I stand. He started, I was one of the people initially who did not follow him. I say, my father told me that would have had happened. I also read a book when Ojukwu sent somebody to London to go and represent Biafra, and he only Igbo man. I saw one for this or something. That name is popular. He went there. He read all the way read.
Oh, yeah, one for reason.
Oh, bless you. This man, he was well read. He went there and told the British that there is no genocide. The people you are telling that is no genocide, with the people who committed the genocide, they are laughing at him. And he never came back again. So when I sit down here sometimes, and when Simon came Someone started from enter Biafra. Who is this man? Today, everybody is singing his praises. Yeah. So when Simon came, this our brother Mas, I still have not still forgotten you. Many years. Simon no bidro. You know, you keep coming, you keep coming, you keep coming. You give a lot of insight. IPOB stood, they say he must go down. Even they did everything they could to bring Simon down. The guy a question. Today, people are singing his praises. He has done this, he has done this. But I want to tell people, all the things Simon have done, that his name is ringing bell today, he did not do it alone. He did it with people. While trying to do all this thing today, he stepped on many foots. A lot of people fell. Heavyweights fell. A lot of people fell. Heavyweights, they fell. Someone keep pushing. Ogaga by the corner, they started the war. Now all of us know the history for Nelly. Even World Igbo Congress, they went to America, and then Nnamdi Kanu was banging on them every day in April. They went to America and told him, man, they abandoned Mazi Nnamdi Kanu for obedience. World Igbo Congress. So when our people, okay, as if that is not enough, someone now, okay, let us say, he got fame. Marco Rubio, when we talk about what Marco Rubio said in declaration, the same Marco Rubio is still working for United States of Biafra. He's still there. So, as if that is not enough, someone we thought nobody can do anything. He's citizen, he's a politician, he's just like myself here in Ireland also. Oh, he's nothing. He was a local transport minister. We said nothing. Indian Canada. Dr. Shid, he put a war. Heavy war. Now it was battle. And when the native, they spiked on Simon. Has over their dead body. If no for this, instead of Biafra to come with him, let it not come. Here in Nagbago Biafra, they are not Yorubas or has let it not come. Today, someone pushed together. What we think will not happen just happened. Now it has happened. The whole thing he laid on the ground, according to what Mazi said recently, that under one umbrella. That's why, let me say something here. Anytime Mazi ends his program, I try to end it with him because I feel so emotional. And I shed tears when I see the number of people in Latin Finland celebrating United States of Biafra. Anytime anybody is going out and it remains only him, I'll quickly off it because after that, those things must play in his platform. I do not like to watch it. I look at caliber of men, women, Timber and caliber, America, everybody. Who is who na Biafra not there? Today, the same people who did all this, November 2024. Abenya reference South Sudan. South Sudan, 30 years, 30 solid years. 30 years. For that showdown, Max, you are aware, you were a military man. 30 good years. And all of a sudden, let us say, according to analysis here, USB, they need to do well. USB, they're supposed to do this. According to the history, as a room was not built in a day. And let me tell you, if you are thinking, because Biafra was declared on the 29th, thank God I won't declare. The fourth person who declared Biafra is Ojukwu, Ikembanewi. In him, there was a declaration. And I want to ask everybody, I saw that tweet, Mazi survivor. I have said something here before. It was before Nnamdi Kanu Noya. The whole world recognized IPOB as a peaceful movement. Then, Haneji, anybody that seek asylum, Haneji a document with IPOB. But right now, I just say it some time ago here. If you go and use IPOB to sort asylum, it's not the chance of refusal and you'll be sent home. But I have given examples here of even our own sister who his deportation was overturned because of a document given to him from United States of Biafra. As I'm talking to you now, the most people who are joining us here now, people in this same IPOB in Asichenegon Island, they took money with 600 something. They never did nothing, and those people are hiding as I'm talking to you now.
My brother, Oluchiwa God, since you say you read that very tweet, and that tweet was what moved me to choose this topic I chose today.
Yes, Mazi, I am in that tweet. So I'm not debating. But why I'm saying all this is, was it not the same IPOB now that they said is violence that went to Finland to testify against Simon? They enter flight. They went and sat in the court. So why I'm saying all this is because of our people, because of this race called Igbo. Nnamdi Kanu identified this race called Ndi Igbo. Ndị ahụ his people. Onye na-asị gị eme yota, do it this, this. If that person he would not. What was the Arusi and the other people? They said they are done doing well. We expected them to be doing something more better. But we are not seeing nothing. Now, I want to ask this question. Do any of you here don't know what is CPAC in America? CPAC is one of the highest body. Anytime in an election, you see every presidential candidate must come to CPAC to address the world. You all basically use Heritage CPAC, or a powerful body, and conservatives. I want to ask people here, do you know all of you here not see Adez in that podium in Washington? The person in charge of the director of foreign affairs, United States of Biafra.
We didn't do what?
Did you people not see Adez in that place?
You see, my brother.
Did you people not see United States of Biafra in Ouagadougou?
Let us not divert this very issue. You see.
No, because this expectation, man,
we are discussing here.
You give other people chance. This expectation of our people, they want this, they expect this. We will need to do well. All of us know it. This man that we have, this brain that Ndi will have, why? What is this their brain doing for them? Nothing. I'm one of our sister from Yoruba Nation. On our things they are doing, which nobody is hearing. Our own is this is our brain. Why do we not use it to achieve something? So why I want to conclude, because sometimes when I come here, I first listen and listen and listen. If you do not recognize yourself as a Biafran, as a United States of Biafran person, how do you expect anybody to recognize you? You have to recognize yourself. I want to tell everybody to go and do research, including Max, that you are here. Go and do research, the criteria for recognize a country. Before the South Sudan was recognized, they have their ID card, they have their passports. These are the things you put in place to show the world that you are ready to go. And right now, as the USB is doing it, still people are against it. They tell you, you do ID card, you do passport, they do election in Biafra land, they say, oh, it's not the... My brother, something have to happen. That I wait. This is a country declared. It's not like when it is IPOB or Brigi and Boa. I want to ask anybody, how many times have you had Fulani herdsmen as long as Ali is concerned or Biafra land is concerned? Have you had all that kind of that invasion they are doing? How many times have you had that anymore? What is the reason for that? Why? I want to conclude. We, including Mazi survivor, including me, both brother Christian. One, before you become somebody, you have to accept that you are somebody. I have children here. I told my children who their daddy is. I told them I am a Biafran person. My children here singing like song. When they see their daddy, they say it's Biafra. They give me away. They have to know who you told them they are. If you tell them that because they were born in abroad, this is where their life is, up to you. But you're obligated to tell your children the same thing my father told me as I was growing up, why they failed. People have written it. When I read that book, Why Biafra Failed, and I remember what my father told me. Mazi Chuks, nobody failed Biafra. No, forget about power, heavyweight. Those Americans, the people who failed Biafra, who failed Ojukwu are Biafrans, nobody else. Biafrans. So let us have this attitude of this is our own, let's protect it. And as I'm individual, this USB, like Mazi Chuks said, is anybody walking outside it? Imagine, I said this, let me conclude. I said this, imagine these people that are in that redeclaration, Mazi Chuks. Imagine the Brigi complete now with the United States of Biafran government. And then, for example, imagine the entire CRC non-United States of Biafran government. Imagine the Otopala, Mamebahano, if they are all still intact right now. Mazi Chuks. All these things you are hearing from Benue. All Benue people who went to America to put up this thing, I have said this here. But now, a new nation that was declared, the people who own it are not recognizing it. And they are looking for heaven to fall. They are looking to Donald Trump to come and give them here. Well, I wish us all the best, but let us support the government. They don't take crude oil. Nigeria have the oil. They have the ammunitions. They have the wealth. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said 20 billion shares. What? That's what they can buy off Facebook. They can buy off Twitter. They can anything that the money is there for them to do it. Every weekend we come and 30 a gemma, 10 a gemma, 5 a gemma, 20 a gemma. Are we here KG? Are we here KG? So I a small fight, and someone said it. They declare Biafra. Now you talk about people also it can take years, no matter. Also I would 30 years, but the thing will name will go documents. Thank you, Mazi. I'm going out in there.
There is something I would like to say, Mazi.
Wait, you never go. Make I talk. All you was on.
Okay.
Let me say this, please.
Bro Max, wait.
Okay.
All you God. I want to ask a question. Let me ask this question. You see, is it wrong? Is it wrong for somebody, a citizen, to hold your government accountable?
1000%.
Or to demand that your government should do more. Is it a wrong thing?
No, my brother, 1000%. Why not?
Okay. Thank you very much for answering that. You see, that is what, you see, like in this, my platform, I have said this several times in this platform. There was a day I was talking with we were discussing here on an issue, and Christian was asking me, what if somebody from those other places, the one they call CRC and the other one, come here to advertise? I said, what will I allow them? And I told him that they must give me a reason why I should allow them to speak on my platform before I will allow such.
Yeah, I was there that day. Yes, I was.
Exactly, because we have an agreement. And just like this video, you say that national anthem I use here, I have a reason why I use that national anthem.
Yeah.
I have a reason. The day I voted for United States of Biafra, it was not a mistake. Nobody cajoled me, nobody pushed me, and I have not withdrawn my vote. So sometimes when like me, I'm not talking about myself personally. When I talk about concern, when I say issues and I talk about concern, to waking up the government that is in charge to go ahead and do things more. Some people find it offensive. I don't know why they find it offensive. There are some people some people don't even want you to, they don't want to hear anything about that. Some people, even when you say it, they begin to use you and make a program and say you said something wrong and that you are attacking. Just like this topic I'm discussing today, when I saw that very tweet, I read that tweet. And even while I was speaking now, I pointed out some major key points in that tweet. One of the points I pointed out in that very tweet is that the Nigerian government has hired high-dollar PR lobbying firm to lie, to spin and deny and confuse the United States government. And the guy also gave an advice to us. He said we should speak up more. We should speak up more. These are the issues I mentioned. And again, for the fact that we are not that IPOB, because when they say IPOB, it is me and you.
Yes.
There's nothing like any IPOB against this anywhere.
Yes.
Like some people will say that maybe they call IPOB, some people think, oh, it is only that organization, like people who were there. No. When you hear IPOB, it is every single one of us under the umbrella. The indigenous people of Biafra. And the guy said that the picture that these people have succeeded in painting us, this picture that Nigerian government and their lobbying group have succeeded in painting us before the lawmakers, is that we are violent. That's how they see us.
Yes.
That's the picture they have succeeded in painting. And my concern when I saw this immediately was that we should do more to make sure that this picture does not strive. And the man went ahead to give advice and say we should focus more on the issue at hand, eradicating terror. Otherwise, we will be our own worst enemy. One step at a time. That is what he said. Establish peace, justice, while the world is behind us. And then we can chart our future. So when I read it, it caught my attention. It brought me back to everything I have been talking about. When I begin to talk about where we started, the unity that has been destroyed.
Sure, so bad.
The unity that have been destroyed. And when we are speaking in different plans, you see, this person is talking different things. Sometimes we even will lose focus and begin to fight ourselves. And when we present those fighting ourselves, we present ourselves before the lawmakers or whatever the Nigeria is saying. It will seem as if we are promoting what the image that Nigeria is painting us.
Yes, exactly.
It will seem as if we are promoting that image they are painting us there. So that is why I get concerned when I see this kind of issues and I bring it up. But it saddens me that sometimes when like this topic we are talking about now, don't be surprised that after this topic, you see some people will go and use it as a different thing altogether.
No,
Some
but
will castigate me and they attack me. They say in my program that I come and attack them. This is not an attack.
This topic is clear now. The topic is clear.
When people make concern and speak about their concern, it is concern of every one of us. I say it again and again. I did not vote for United States of Biafra by mistake. It wasn't a mistake, and I have not withdrawn my vote. All we are saying is that let us not allow this lobbying of Nigerian government, and this is picture they're painting us. Every single person, more especially our citizens that are in the United States, our people that are in the United States, they are not doing more. They are not doing what they're supposed to. They need to do more, in short. They need to do more. That is all I have to say. That is all I have been saying. So I want everybody that listens to us to understand it better so that they won't go and misunderstand what we are saying and begin to paint it in a different framework. It becomes an argument and we leave what we are supposed to do and allow this moment to slip away. This moment of CPS or CPR, Designation of Nigeria, of country of particular concern is a great opportunity for every one of us. And we must cash in on this opportunity and never let it go. So my brother Max, please say what you want to say. I think you want to talk to our brother before he leaves.
Yes,
I think he's at work.
Yes, my brother. You see, Nnamdi, Oluchi, what I want to say is, is it Oluchi, right?
Oluchi one God.
Oluchi one God.
Oluchi one God. Oluchi one God. They won't know much. You see, there is something. You see, I listened to. There is one guy. They interviewed them yesterday. Is it yesterday or day before yesterday on Arise TV? He was one of the gubernatorial candidate contestant in Edo State. Is it Oganegwe or something like that? Honorable. He's in the US. There is another one in Portugal. They call Ogede. Ogede. There is another one again. That one is talking plenty. He's neither here nor here. What is his name? Warebako. I listened to them yesterday. The honorable, they are planning serious protest in the United States. Heavy protest in the United States to tell the United States that Nigeria is lying about the genocide. They are in denial. These people are not the one. The Ogede is not in a lawyer. Ogede is in Portugal. I'm telling you the truth. But let me tell you something that I am disappointed. See, me, I am your canoe. It's either if you like, you take me. If you don't like, you can leave me. Nothing concern me. The day where God go carry me, Biafra can will enter your village. You don't go feel sack me. You sack me, Umonna will come after you. No matter what I do, and I know say I won't insult you, but I will say it as it is. Our people are too much. Look, let me tell you, do you know the kind of fight I am fighting in my own family? My mother got American citizen 1986. My mother. She stayed and said no, she won't stay in the US again. They should bring her home. She is in Alabama. That's where she is. Still strong. I have more than 16 of them there. Do you know the kind of fire where are they put for them? And all of them, they are in California. Big time people. Big time people. They are in California. The woman, 2 of her children, very, very brilliant chemical engineers. They are in Harvard. 2 of them, one boy and a girl, on scholarship. Do you know the kind of fight I am fighting them for Biafra? Because when you bring Biafra to in fact, they don't even like Trump. That was where the fight started. Me, where they here, where began here. Me. If I they talk the way I they talk, I never told you people this before. If I tell my the time when Trump was coming, I was telling my elder sister, I said, hey, you people must vote for Trump. You say you are in Ghana and you are talking about American politics. Do you know what American politics entails? That's what my elder sister would tell me. I said, don't you want Biafra to come? Because that man has been doing a lot of things. He is unpredictable, yes. But once that man is aiming at something, that thing he will accomplish. So the reason why I'm saying this is this. I have been trying. I have done everything that I can. And some of them are coming in now talking. But the only thing I need them to do in America, humanly possible, Biafra will come from America or Biafra will not come from America. God will always have a way to free his own people. Maybe the people we are expecting that is going to help us to get Biafra might not be the people that is going to give us Biafra. And for your information, South Sudan had a place they called their own. Do you know there was a rebellion that started in South Sudan? It was a rebellion that started in South Sudan. They were not agitators. It was a rebellion. Some of my colleagues went there. Me, I didn't go to Sudan. I didn't go. I didn't participate in Sudan war. They call it AU peace keeping in Sudan. They had their own place. And also remember, United Kingdom, this United Kingdom that is doing this Ali Boroja in Biafra land, this hanky-panky, the more you see, the more you look, the less you see with Nigeria, with Biafran people. Do you know the kind of support they got, Southern Sudan got from them? Because oil, it is in that particular place, the oil the Sudan has, it's from the southern part of Sudan.
Yes, I know. Yes.
Silver care. Yeah, silver care in people. They fought war. They secured the place they called their own. They got the bed, and they were now looking for mattress. They got the house, the floor. They were now looking for mattress. That was how. And this UK played a very vital role. It was the influence of UK that brought America in there. My colleagues were there. We don't have a place we call our own. All our land, won Shinshin for when. All our land is in Shinshin for when. We don't have a place we can put our leg down and say, oh, this is our place. We have to use this place and change these people. And we will do it. And let me tell you also, in Liberia, it was only a contribution that Charles Taylor had in the United States that he raised money, millions of dollars he used to finance the war, took war from US, ran to Ghana, passed through Ivory Coast, go to Ganta, Nimba County. That was the place he started the war. It is his own people, American Liberia, that reside in America, that voted all the money, kept contributing until he became the president of Liberia. So you people can do a lot. The number of Liberians, American Liberians that are in America cannot be compared with the number of Biafrans that are in America, unless you people doesn't want to do anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Bro Max. We've really taken much time. We've really taken much time. We're going to be rounding up now. It's 4 hours already, so we're going to be taking our closing remark as we round up now. Coach Hooks, you've been here. Coach Hooks, shoot your shot and include your closing remark as we round up. Coach Hooks. Are you free, Coach Hooks?
Yes, thank you so much, Mazi.
Go ahead.
Who say make we can't join you? What do they eat?
They don't expose them. No matter, they chop alone.
Yes, Mazi, good afternoon once again. The whole thing is getting clearer every day by day. And if you remember that word that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu always says, that Nigeria government, they have brought a lot of money out to bribe anybody that allow himself that you're going to be against the freedom of Biafrans all over the world. And despite that, you know where Mazi Nnamdi Kanu started? It's Nigeria government and am I going to say Igbo politicians, Igbo governors then, they are the one that come out to prescribe IPOB as a terrorist organization. And since then, the world did not even recognize IPOB as a terrorist organization. And now that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not with us again, because they have succeeded in kidnapping Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they have seen that this is opportunity for them to take up what they have started before, of that name, that terrorist organization that they describe IPOP, to go all over the world. Then this man coming out now and this in tweets telling us what America carry out for their mind in short on where IPOP is. We are not surprised, because since kidnap of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they have trying as much as possible so that America will describe IPOP as a terrorist organization. But they did not do that. And when Mazi Simon Ekpa come out, he have understand the game that Nigeria government is playing. That's the reason why he take the bull by the horn of coming out. Say that this freedom that he's looking for, you're not going to fight it more than 5 good years. Because Ashala Namba or Blue Menam. Because that IPO, the broadcast that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has started doing too. You have seen that that thing have taken so much long. That agitation have taken so much long that what is supposed to than the time that is supposed to take. That is the reason why they succeed of doing those things. But Mazi Simon Ekpa understands the game. Mazi Simon Ekpa understand that game. That is the reason why he quickly organized the government in exile and the declaration of United States of Biafra. And since then, that America they are talking about now, that name IPOB, even though they carry that violent organization for their mind, they did not carry that name, that violent organization, to Biafra, most especially United States of Biafra. And again, the government of United States of Biafra, they said they are doing so many things on the ground, which is that the same word of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. You should still remember that word, because if government of United States of Biafra come out, say they are working with these people, this particular man or particular organization, you're not going to take Nigeria government a second for them to go and bribe that man or that woman or that organization, that the people that is looking for the freedom of Biafrans. That is the reason why if I look the underground work that they are doing, I'll still keep quiet. Because everything that they have come out to say they are doing, most especially after the declaration, there is no one thing they say this so time, this is what we are going to do, and they haven't accomplished it. And that is what our people are supposed to carry in the mind. As I said before, you have to define Biafra for yourself, know what you are looking for, and you are going to pursue it. Since you are out of age, once you are up to 18 good years, even a child of 10 years has been know what he's looking for. But that 18 years, let me just say that is adult age. That you say that these people or this person is not doing it right, you are making a serious mistake within you and within yourself. You are making a serious mistake. You know the name that Mazi Simon Ekpa bring out. Not even Mazi Simon Ekpa, it's the whole Biafran. We voted for it. And every one of us agreed that this is the name that we are going to be using. Why are you, or why this particular person is still fighting against the person that is heading, that is holding the mountain of leadership of that government? most especially those that are still fighting our DPS, that they think that they are fighting her. They don't know that we are fighting over 50 million Biafrans that give that mandate to go and declare Biafra. That is what every one of us is supposed to carry at the mind now. And this man have come openly tell us what the government of United States of America, what they carry at mind. And I'm going to say it again. This is the right time for the government of United States of Biafra to take to even though they are not doing enough before, this is the time for them to submit paper where it's supposed to be submitted. We have seen that they are doing a lot of work because the convention that they went to Burkina Faso to do, we did not see another group, just like CRC or others, that represent Biafra on that convention. You always see the government of United States of Biafra, those people that went there to represent us, that went there to represent me as well. This is the right time for every one of us to focus. If not allow anything to distract us. Because then coming out, say this one happen or this is not happen. That is what they are trying to distract every one of us. And the judgment of our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu that is coming up on 28th. This is the right time for every one of us, most especially those that are living in America. If they're going to organize protests, even though the government is not even in support of it, they should organize that protest within themselves to make the government of the United States of Biafra to be aware again that the president of a country is being held in DSA dungeon. Because if anything happens to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu today, it has happened to the whole Biafrans, even the whole African entire. Because the fight that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is fighting for, he's not fighting for the Biafrans, he's fighting for the whole African race. Even though we are not even a Biafran, but we support on what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is fighting for. This is time for you to speak more. The man have said it. He have said it openly. We should speak more. Like what we are doing, we are not doing enough. This is the right time for every one of us to speak more, so that the whole world is going to hear our cry. And I know that our prayer has been answered, but it just remains small push. Just remains small push, so that the people that are supposed to take that evangelism to the appointed pointer, they're going to take it from that place. And this is the time. I pray that people we're going to help every one of us. Because nobody is going to do it for us. We are the ones to do it for ourselves. And we should still remember that Biafra has declared on 29th of November. And the whole world, all eyes, is in the government of the United States of Biafra. Because they know that the United States of Biafra has declared. They are looking what they're going to bring to the table before they'll speak out. Thank you, Mazi.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you for that wonderful, wonderful speech. And the Biafrans are listening. We are all here to encourage each other and to fight for our freedom. Everything we are saying is with a clear and pure heart, fighting for freedom, seeking for a way for us to go back home and be whom we are supposed to be. So let's go to my brother Christian. Brother Christian, you are there. Give us your closing remark as we are rounding up and drawing the curtain. Brother Christian, you're there?
Yeah, Brother Chus. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, it's been a little bit off and on for me, but yeah, so far, I think what you said, people should be able to take it in good faith. All we want is Biafra, So, and from that tweet, is clearly indication of the fact that for a neutral person, to say that, because if it was you or me or a Biafran, one would say, okay, maybe he belongs to, or he doesn't want to fight against this person or what. Because even this your platform, I can figure that some of them, if you bring a suggestion or they see it as attack, but God knows that you've been on this all your life, and the effort you put in, you don't need a soothsayer to tell you that you want Biafra now, like yesterday, in fact, So people shouldn't be, but if you come in as an attack dog and you then it's again carry all over again that people are putting 30 parts. When I told you back then, I had automatic giro where every month it goes from my account. But then when we make contribution, again carry just the same thing. You say it's not $30 or this that we're going to get Biafra, and he will say 10,000 bucks, something like that. But where is the 10,000? He put it in his pocket, and so if people, everybody is struggling. Some of us. So if somebody is able to put £10, 20, whatever, it should be appreciative. Don't come and try to shame somebody.
The widow's mind will go a long way.
It goes a long way because a drop of water, they say, make a mighty motion. If all the millions of Biafra, if everybody is putting $10 or £10, you know what it will mean? Now, but the bottom line is that it has to be, people have to see that they are doing the job, because it's not individual. This is government. If it's a government, then you should be able to work in the... So this whole misconception, and you want everybody to follow, and you don't want criticism, and you cannot, if somebody asks for people who are, I don't know, for me, I don't ask for accountability, because my penny is not going anywhere for now. It used to, but not anymore. And I have my right, it's my right. So, but I just wanted to continue to do what you do. Everybody's not going to like it, but that's how it goes. There's nothing you do. Some will like it, some will not. But we have to continue. I'm very optimistic that people...
You better think for a way to contribute to. Don't keep back your money, because all this is we are doing, money will come there.
Which one are you talking about?
I am saying contribution. Your contribution that you remove, you must have to go on the ground, look for a way to continue to support.
But we have to see who is serious, because again, if you make contribution to somebody and they come and tell you that not be that small money, then go, and who, by the way, waiting the one you give before, waiting the person they can do. So you see what I mean? So if you ask question, they take it as you are fighting them, because they just want you to follow and don't ask question. And this is not what I want as a person. And again, we like what you said now. Yeah, if we see, I talked about that time with Nnamdi Kanu, when he raised the issue. Yeah, if people, if we see that they are doing, like, be able to, I don't live in the United States. If I live there, I probably will be pushing, even if I have to go and stand by the door of my representative, a senator, I will do that. I don't live.
We're asking people living in the United States should make a move now. They should make a move.
So you can clearly see that
you have to make a move.
So you can clearly see that it's all about Christian genocide, but all that genocide starts from Biafra, because Biafra is the real obstacle that the caliphate sees. Aside Biafra, every other this thing is often kupu in a way, because they can just walk through. But Biafra is that has always stand in their way of going there to Islamize everybody. So the thing is, if people don't want to take advice, or they don't believe that your advice or suggestion is worth it, well, you just have to keep watch and see what I wish them luck while I stay and do what I can on my own. So I again, like I said, I go on platforms, I write about Biafra, and so that is for now. That is what it is. Nobody can push me into or try to tell me that we have to come together, but you have to respect the people's should I say concerns. People have concerns. You have to take it into account. If somebody have a question, you don't want to. Anyway, if we continue on this, it doesn't stop. So, but I can just say thank you so much for.
Bottom line is everybody should wake up. and do something.
You
Go
know.
ahead.
Yeah, well, so that is all I have to say. You know, then if you like, well, because also for me, like when this whole thing started, I was looking because I feel that you are inside there, and since I've known you for some years now, I know where your heart is when it comes to Biafra. So I was looking for, as an insider, some form of should I say endorsement. I don't know if that is the right word to use. Being, or should I like okay, because you know that things are going in the right direction. That's very important because we've been there before. I just made reference to Ogenkere all over again. You know, like a rerun of a bad movie. You know, I don't want that. I just don't want that anymore. Rather, I will do what I can in my own. But I will never. But I will never be. I will never be a hindrance. I will never hinder Biafra. I will never hinder anybody. Right? That never, never, never. I can only speak how I feel, but I will never go out to cause a stumbling block. No, because we want Biafra. But if I see as a grown man, you know that what people are supposed to do, they are not doing. I will not go and give my money to you. You use it to do whatever you want. If you raise your money, you do what you want. It's okay with me. So that is the situation. If you have a group that you know that are doing the right thing, being in the United States, because that is the seat of power. If anything is going to happen, it's going to come from there. You can stay online forever. If you don't convince them, if they don't believe in what you are doing, China is not going to give you Biafra. Russia is not going to give you Biafra. None, except America. That we've seen it with Yugoslavia, it's US. With Sudan, it's US. We name it everywhere. They are the one. If they endorse it, if they pronounce it, people have no choice but to fall in line. You know. So, and if you are there and you are not able to let them know what is happening to us, then I don't know what you are doing. I just don't know what else you are doing. Because that is where the power is. I've maintained that fact that is where the power is. Go there, lobby, wherever it is, to go to the Congress and lay it out there. Anybody or from the movement organization can do it. It doesn't have to be one particular person. But somebody is saying that South Sudan, that they fight for 30 years. Well, we've been at war for more than 50 years. God damn it. Biafra has been at war for more than 50 years. This guy that guy was saying that South Sudan fought a war for 30 years. Biafra in 1966, 67 to 1970, how many years is that? So you think the war ended? It really, truly never ended because till today, it's still ongoing. My brother, thank you so much.
Thank you. We should all take everything in good faith. South Sudan fought for 30 years. We are fighting and we will continue to fight. What it means to me, I see it that we must not give up. Because some of us are already giving up. Within some few years, we are already giving up. South Sudan fought for 30 years. Some of us are giving up already. For a few years, we are already giving up. We must have to continue to hold on to our strength and go ahead and do what we have to do. Oh, God.
Yeah,
give us
because I want to, now you asked me to stay here. You see, in this conclusion, Mazi, you see, you were in the cabinet before. I don't know now, or if you are no longer there. I'm not a cabinet member, but you see, well, I never mentioned here that 1 cent or €5 or something people bring is not enough. One is when there's a fund.
No, that's not you. That's not you. That's Ogenkere. He's talking about Ogenkere. That has nothing to do with
okay, yeah.
It doesn't have anything to do with the United States of Biafra.
Yes, because if you know before, Mazi choose. If, for example, in Republic of Ireland, in this Saturday funded, they say Ireland will announce €250, for example. I bet you before that €250 be paid, another Saturday will come. Some people will not bring even the €10 they said they have pledged. They will not pay it. So
of course, that's true. We see that all the time.
Yes. So that's the reference and that's the reference I'm giving. So, but there's nobody who brought 1 cent or 1 gemma, according to as you people need to say it, that is not appreciated. So now, having said that, in respect of South Sudan, according to what Brother Christian said, Biafra was declared by Ojukwu, and he fought for 3 years, and it didn't happen. It didn't work. And the whole world, you know.
They told Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, why did you people stop?
Yes. So everybody know the history and everybody know the interest, like what my brother Mark said about British and everything is about interest. American vice president under George Bush, Dick Cheney, he owned Wheatbros in Port Harcourt. This the one of the biggest pipeline laying company in the world. He owns it. It's there. All of them, most of the people see they have oil, they have wealth in Biafra land. So, and when you begin to, once Nnamdi Kanu said, then he was going face to face to people when he was here. He said he went to Brussels. As soon as he entered there, the moment Nnamdi Kanu said, if you open mouth and say Biafra, they begin to walk out in his own presence. They don't want to hear this name.
That's true.
But you see, but did he stop? He never stopped. So I want to use this into always like Brock said, you hold government accountable when they're not doing good. But let me tell you, what we are seeing today of prescription or what is our brother, that man in America put up there about IPOB, is it something we brought upon ourselves? We brought this upon ourselves. When IPOB is doing good, everybody know them in the world. At the time now, they kind of brought ESN. People turn against the same ESN. Today, the IPOB now was a celebrity before. You look at the way, what the perception they have about us. No, they did it now. It is we that did it by ourselves, nobody else. I may hear this, if we don't do this, they want to do this. If we do this, until Ayejaka Monwain died. So I'm at Finland. I have resolved to go to Finland myself. I'm not going to Finland to bother PM. I'll say this and say this or say this to him. I'm
happy to hear that.
Yes, now on the PM no now. You wrote the Agisia. Or see brush or maybe go. You see, okay, I got a new brush. I'm just giving an example.
Yes.
You got put out there, give go na ogen kere mereke. You may highlight that it in go na so na brain. So because of what this to anaka the put heme after na run no program, I still go back to be. Somebody once let me conclude. Now that prison honor and a make up by booking. And now like a land phone. Obu koro ton ya, he can walk all. He also need guide yourself. All on booking. So on any chance if American man the video or what you no, in a government owned telephone non prison.
Yes.
But people put their hands no hoku audio. Nah, from day one that this is not true.
Off phone, you have phone government, off phone call, or
yeah,
off phone call.
Whatever it is, but the people should not be bothering this man. They like what bro Christian is. They should go out there and at that time have to see your mother so. How God there gabadi okwedia. There will be ones. But remember, United States of Biafra have come to stay. Nobody can change it. Nobody can do anything about it. Dr. Rebeza is the helm of affairs. Is she doing it well? She is not perfect. Nnamdi Kanu was not perfect. Samuel was not perfect. Ojukwu was not perfect. So only Jesus is the perfect master, Jesus. With the government, can government be criticized? The answer you ask me this question, 1000%. Whatever they are not doing well, you criticize them so that they can wake up. So that is who I am. There, Mazi. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, my beloved brother. You just gave me something to rejoice about. When you say you are going to Finland, I'm so happy. Very, very happy to hear that. If not something that is that is a very important thing I have gained.
I have told my children
that from you.
I have checked the ticket. I will do that.
You so much. I appreciate you. Each time when you come, the way you respond to issues and answer questions directly, I love it. Everything we are saying here, Everybody in this platform, my brother Maxwell, my brother Christian, and Kochux, we are speaking about solution. None of us have the intention of antagonizing anybody, insulting anybody, or fighting anybody, or denigrating anybody. We are deliberating on issues that concerns us as a people. And I love the way all my presenters are following issues. We know what we are doing. It is not personal. The Biafra is for all of us. I say it again and again that if Biafra come, the good, the bad, and the ugly, we will go home. It is only the court of Biafra that will decide. And I repeat it again, I have never, ever taken back my vote that I voted. The United States of Biafra. I have not taken my vote. My vote still remains. Because that is the plan that was laid down. That is the protocol. From Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to Mazi Simon Ekpa. It is Mazi Simon Ekpa himself that put it in place, which I, both inside and outside, I signed up for it. So why must I run away from that? Why must I run away from it? I signed up for it. Inside and outside, I signed up for it. I signed in for it. And I have not taken out my vote. That is why if you come with any other name, it will be very difficult for me to listen to you. It will be very difficult, no matter how reasonable what you are saying is, it will be very, very difficult for me to understand you if you come down under any other name. But that does not mean I will not lay my complaints. That does not mean I will not give my concerns. As of today, that I'm an independent broadcaster, running a platform for people's opinion, I will speak my voice. I will allow my audience to hear their opinion. It is left for you to digest it. Those who are responsible that have to go to action, take action and do what you have to do. That is all we are saying. If you decide to take it in another means or understand it differently, I am sorry, I can't help you. My brother Maxwell is still here. My brother Max, you have something to say? Give us your last word before I draw the curtain. We have taken it for almost getting to 5 hours
I
now.
say, Mazi. Oh, Charlie, I say, Mazi Chief, may your days be long.
You see?
My own issue is whatever that we are going to do, we must do it. Time waits for nobody. I pitch my tent with the United States of Biafra in line with the declaration that was made on the 29th November 2024.
Exactly.
I am not going back on that. So if you see me speak the way I speak, I am speaking because I am concerned. Don't count it against me. And if I've offended you both in comment section or anywhere, it is from your kene and it can never come from any other place apart from your kene. No matter how, that is where I stand. I want Biafra to come since 4 or 5 years ago. But I am not God, and I do not know the wish of God for the people of Biafra. Whichever way he is going to make it come, whichever way he is going to make the sovereignty of the United States of Biafra be recognized, let him do it. As for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, it is only Chukwu Okike Abiama that would, decide his fate in the hands of the Zoo people, because I have no confidence or any atom of trust in the hands of our enemy. When your enemy is holding the bread, he is also holding the knife. He will decide where to cut it. But Chukwu Okike Abiama, who created us in his own image, will never allow them to prevail over his own people. Continue doing what you are doing. Do more, because you are in the house and in the land of where decisions in the world are made. Where decisions to go to war is made. Where everybody regards the center of authority in the world. That is where you are. Anya ga no na mmiri ncha aba anya. Thank you so much, and may God bless each and every one of you. My Namoches that are here, Mazi Chicks, those in the comment section, I say I love you all, and may God continue to bless each and every one of you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. We love you too. We appreciate you. We thank you for your wonderful, wonderful contribution. And I appreciate all my guest speakers, all the guest speakers. May Chukwu Okike Abiama continue to guide every one of you, continue to protect you as you are giving this information out to Biafrans, educating Biafrans and encouraging them. Chukwu Okike Abiama will also encourage you, work for you, and also guide you in all your ways, prosper you. Whatever you lay your hand must prosper. I pray for all the Biafran people wherever you are. May Chukwu come and guide and protect all of you. Thank you, my people of Biafra, for standing firm and listening with open heart. If you believe that Biafra must stay focused, please, on that comment section, type "Focus for Freedom." If you believe that Biafrans must stay focused, type "Focus for Freedom" in the comment section. Do that now in the comment section. Remember, unity is our bulletproof. Focus is our compass. And freedom is our destination. My fellow Biafrans, wherever you are, if you have not yet liked this program and share, like and share so that others can get the information you are enjoying. Don't be economical with this information. Be part of the radical evangelism. Like, share, comment, subscribe, so that the truth will spread like wildfire everywhere. Focus or fall. The time is now. May Chukwu Okike Abiama bless Biafra. May Chukwu Okike Abiama bless all lovers of freedom across the world. No weapon formed or fashioned against us as Biafrans shall prosper. No weapon formed or fashioned against our leaders shall prosper. More especially Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and Mazi Simon Ekpa. As Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is coming to court, we expect that everything will work out for our own good. Thank you so much for being part of this program. See you again later in the evening, 5:30 Biafran time. Stay safe and remain focused. Remain blessed. Bye-bye, everybody.